Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new high. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Up and then Whale staying very, very far back. He's not going to be able to do it this time as Whale says goodbye.
Yeah, by Whale. Okay. Tower should fall, even though Taco does get the blink. Chris Cottis does get taken down. Maybe they have a chance now that there's no Zeri in this one, but oh, those Gangplank barrels are starting to sting here as Leaky goes on a rampage, and MMT might get a bit more. They grab Nesty, getting a little bit of revenge, but they are running fast out of health bars. However, they're still fighting here. Triple kill for the Gangplank and a Quadra.
How are they going to do it when they're the ones that are supposed to find flicks into the back line and they're late to the party?
And look at where the Dragon is. It gets bursted down. Taco in a weird position. He has Flash and Moonfall available. 5Ks are going in. The quickness set up the face of Wombo's a Moonfall as well. Right now burning down the back line by 665. The jungler is destroyed. Taco on top of FaZe while the rest of Impunity blow them up.
Been a little bit more fortunate, I would say, in his teams. Wako
Lazar. No, you dead.
So long.
Leong, it feels like Leong does not forgive or forget any slights. Have stayed looking to try and find a pick. Kino is the one that gets caught for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes forward. Man, those shock blasts are starting to hurt. They've got him corralled, and here comes Kongye looking for an opening around the side. Meanwhile, Enzo is going to get caught right in the middle, but he is tanking through. And they've got the kickback, and Wako goes to the skies and buried 6 feet under. Minji on the run from Uniboy. He might have the shockwave, but it just doesn't matter. And the team is cleaning up. Leong does get a double kill on the back half, and that might be enough to save the fight, but they turn their attention over to Kino and Usha. Big shock blast. They just need a little more, and they will be able to delete him. Driver on the front, chasing down Kino. It doesn't matter what Leong does because he's out of teammates.
There's no one left on his side. Uniboy has the red smite, will be able to use it, reduce some damage, but Leong's still quite strong, but not strong enough.
Hard again with the Baron wave in front of them. Look at Woody. Solar Flare dodged away from by Wako. Gale Force as well. That was smooth. And now too deep is Hana. Woody giving him something to safeguard too, but Husha with the ultimate. A 2-man Moonlight Vigil. Hana burning down. Ticking over the side, he survives. But look at mid lane here. Woody and Chris Carter against the world. Zap down on Kino as Leaky. Snipes down, but Kino is not in kill range. Maybe he is. What a combo out. Leaky with the snipe down and successful in the end.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
up, and then Whale staying very, very far back. He's not going to be able to do it this time, as Whale says goodbye.
Yeah, bye, Whale. Okay. Tower should fall, even though Taco does get the blink. Chris does get taken down. Maybe they have a chance now that there's no Zeri in this one, but those Gangplank barrels are starting to sting here as Leaky goes on a rampage, and MMT might get a bit more. They grab Nesty, getting a little bit of revenge, but they are running fast out of health bars. However, they're still fighting here. Triple kill for the Gangplank, and a Quadra.
How are they going to do it when they're the ones that are supposed to find flicks into the back line and they're late to the party?
And look at where the Dragon is that gets bursted down. Taco in a weird position. He has Flash and Moonfall available. 5Ks are going in. The quickness set up the face of Wombo's a Moonfall as well. Right now burning down the back line. 665. The jungler is destroyed. Taco on top of FaZe while the rest of Impunity blow them up.
A little bit more fortunate, I would say, in his teams. Wako. Lazar.
No, you dead.
So long.
Leong, it feels like Leong does not forgive or forget any slights. Stayed looking to try and find a pick. Kino is the one that gets caught for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes forward. Man, those shock blasts are starting to hurt. They've got him corralled, and here comes Kongye looking for an opening around the side. Meanwhile, Enzo is going to get caught right in the middle, but he is tanking through. And they've got the kickback, and Wako goes to the skies and buried 6 feet under. Minji on the run from Uniboy. He might have the shockwave, but it just doesn't matter. And the team is cleaning up. Leong does get a double kill on the back half, and that might be enough to save the fight, but they turn their attention over to Kino and Usha. Big shock blast. They just need a little more, and they will be able to delete him. Driver on the front, chasing down Kino. It doesn't matter what Leong does because he's out of teammates.
There's no one left on his side. Uniboy has the red smite, will be able to use it, reduce some damage, but Leong's still quite strong, but not strong enough.
Hard again with the Baron wave in front of them. Look at Woody. Solar Flare dodged away from by Wako. Gale Force as well. That was smooth. And now too deep is Hana. Woody giving him something to safeguard too, but Husha with the ultimate. A 2-man Moonlight Vigil. Hana burning down. Ticking over the side. He survives, but look at mid lane here. Woody and Chris Carter against the world. Zap down on Kino as Leaky. Snipes down, but Kino is not in kill range. Maybe he is! What a combo out! Leaky with the snipe down is successful in the end.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Why did you say goodbye?
Welcome to the Pacific Championship Series Week 3, Day number 3. I'm going to be your host and play-by-play, Clement, and with me is the ever-so-brilliant Nightstar. We have a rare sunny day in Taipei and some hot games coming your way. With us along the journey has been our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber, and of course, a big thanks to our organizers from Riot Games, Carico Live, and Garena as well. So, we are on the last day of round robin. You have to tell me, have things panned out the way you envisioned from the start, Nightstar?
Well, unfortunately, we haven't been able to see PSG this week, so the finalized top half of the standings will have to wait until next week. But when it comes down to the rest of the league, I would say it's been generally very surprising how Beyond Gaming have done in this first round robin with how they've placed and how it feels like it's been very uninspirational with how they attack the map and perhaps needing a little bit more development on that side.
Okay, I have to admit, I kind of hold the same opinions, not really that hyped about Beyond Gaming, but you have to be hyped about the trifecta of J teams dominating the league, right? I think that's kind of the biggest surprise, as we are going to be taking a look at yesterday's standings. We had some great performances, some breakouts yesterday, especially from Kurt and also from 665 coming in from Meta Falcon team.
Yeah, I think the one big surprise was that last result with Frank Esports taking the win over Meta Falcon team. Very surprising how dominant that game looked. But it also helps when you pretty much get the tier list of drafts where you get the Zeri, you get the Gwen, you get the Viego. So very happy to see that Frank Esports were at the very least able to execute around those very strong picks.
I think MFT have learned their lesson. They should not be letting Zeri go through the draft anymore. They are the team that is most prone to doing that. I don't know why, but yeah, it hasn't been a winning strategy. I definitely feel like we could put it that way.
Absolutely. Zeri is just, you just can't give her up. And we've seen time after time, Meta Falcon team, they're trying some of these strategies to really hamper it, but so far the execution hasn't been there. As we get to see the team standings, I mean, nothing too surprising. Unfortunately, again, PSG Talon won't be able to take on the likes of all three J teams this week. So we'll have to wait and see for next week to see if they can surpass the J teams.
We do see the teams kind of settling into their own tiers. If you look at the top 6 teams, they're all on win streaks, and the bottom 4 teams are all on lose streaks. I want you to make a bold prediction here, but do you kind of think that this is what we're going to see for the rest of the split, where there is kind of that split between top 6 and maybe bottom 4?
I mean, I feel like it's going to be a lot more about the top 5 and the bottom 5, which has almost sort of been the case classically with the LMS PCS region. where it's very top-heavy focus, and you can also see it reflected in the records with Frank Esports. Even though they're in the 6th slot with a 1-game win streak, they are also at a negative win rate.
And moving on to today's matches, we're going to kick off with MFT versus J-Team, and following off with kind of the battle between the bottom half of the bracket, with Frank Esports going up against 7-9, Impunity going up against Hurricane Gaming. You have to tell me right off the bat, which is the game that you are most excited about?
I think the most tantalizing one potentially is the second game, but the most entertaining one will certainly be that last game, Impunity versus Hurricane Gaming. Both of these teams really trying to find a way to pick themselves up, and any Hurricane Gaming at the gaming game at the very least will be entertaining to watch.
Those games are fast, they're bloody, and I'm always looking forward towards ICU's emotions after the game. He seems like he's caught in purgatory. But we're going to be moving on to our first matchup of the day. Meta Falcon team coming off of a 1-1 day. They're going to be running Epoch today in the support position. Taco 665 as your jungler, Wen in the mid lane, and Whale as the AD carry. The biggest surprise for me is that this team is finally going back to a standard sort of damage distribution. 665 no longer leads the team in terms of damage, which I think is a relief.
Yeah, I think, being able to bring out their trademark composition is really cool, but at the same time, you have to be able to adapt to a certain point, as we do get to see Taipei J-Team, and this is certainly going to be a fun time when it comes to highlighting that jungle matchup, right? We talk about 665 being one of the big carries, and of course for J-Team, Kongria was the highlight signing coming in from the offseason. Yes, Uniboy was also a bit of a splash name, but really it was the focus on Kongria really bringing in a lot of playmaking for the squad.
And I feel like both of these junglers do have that sort of carry streak in them. We see Diana and Viego be kind of the go-tos for both of these guys, so it's definitely going to be very interesting on like these two junglers clashing up together. Do you think that's a correct characterization of their styles? Like maybe both of them trying to go for a little bit more of a hard carry pants?
I think Kongria strayed a little bit away from it early on in the split, but absolutely, I think both of these junglers should be put in a position where they feel like they can control or determine the game, whether it's in a hard ganking situation like a Lee Sin where you can do damage early game, or that big scaling carry like a Gwen, or for Kongria, especially that Diana pick.
Oh, and now we're going to get a look at the stats to back this one up. Kongria doing a little bit better in the KTA department, but I think the really cool thing to kind of watch is that first blood participation, excuse me, as we do have 665 kicking things off just a little bit more for his own team on the Lee Sin and the Volibear.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense with how 665 have taken slightly more early game focus junglers, especially that Volibear looking to try and make dives happen. And although the last time we did see it was of course against Frank Esports, and it didn't really pay off a whole lot, so we'll see if he decides to fall back onto that pick, as MFT, they're going to be the ones to go ahead, ban away the Zeri pick. So this is very concerning for me, because if you're banning it away on blue side, it means that Whale just doesn't know how to play his champion.
Yeah, that definitely seems a bit concerning. Whale has played Tristana, Ziggs, and Kaisa, and Varus, and so far he's only gotten one win on those four champions. He does play a bit outside the meta, as we're going to roll through the other of the bans here. Galio, a bit of a Wen pick, and MFT continuing on to ban that Viego, so I guess it's no carry junglers for either.
Yeah, J-Team banning away the Diana is very interesting. Of course, 665 being that power jungler himself, wouldn't be surprised if he went on and just carried an entire game with that pick as well. And the biggest thing for me on MFT's ban list is the fact that they go ahead, ban away the Syndra. They do leave the Zoe left available. Yes, Zoe might be a little bit more playable, at least through the lane phase, but it does mean Uniboy I would expect would go ahead take a comfort champion for himself in this first phase. But with all these bans coming out, they've actually left the Gwen through from the side of MFT, and they've prioritized the Hecarim instead.
Yeah, very interesting about that. We have seen Hecarim sort of rise in priority, but it's not exactly a carry jungler pick that you would imagine. Turbo Chem Tank still seems to be the mainstay. J-Team just kind of rolling through their usual suspects. Lil V has played 5 games of Jinx right now. They're hovering the champion. There goes the lock-in. So I think J-Team is just kind of coming ahead even on the red side. And a fun fact to mention that both of these teams so far have only won on the blue side. So someone's going to break the trend today.
Yeah, J-Team get pretty much everything they want in those first 2 picks. For the side of MFT, I feel like you're essentially just kind of expecting the Aphelios support duo to come out. The support this time around will be Nautilus. Of course, PCS love their Nautilus almost to a fault here. However, at the same time, you could go ahead lock in something like a Rise for Wen if you want that. Again, really push forward and run people down kind of playstyle, but instead they're going to go ahead lock in the Akali. So I fully expect this to go into the hands of Taco. As he has pulled it out before. I believe it was the first game of the split, and he really popped off with it. Hasn't seen a whole lot of action on it since, but on the flip side, J-Team looks like they want to go ahead lock in the support for themselves. So in the second phase, I fully expect MFT to just go ahead, target away the Zoe for sure, and maybe even add another mid lane pick to remove out of Uniboy's pool.
We're getting a Kaisa ban here from J-Team. This is pretty much the only ban you're going to see against Will. Not the only ban. It's only going to get banned against Will because he's pretty much the only one playing it at this point. We'll see if MFT follow up with that Zoe ban. Do want to mention, so far the Syndra has been going infinite for Uniboy. 0 deaths, infinite KDA. So those are the kind of 2 champions everyone expects to be banned against Uniboy. We'll see if they follow through. Instead, they are going to go for a Renekton ban, a very common ban still in the PCS, but one that hasn't been showing that much success.
Yeah, the Renekton ban's a little bit interesting, but at the same time, if J-Team go ahead, lock in the Renekton at R4, it still leaves a lot of open-endedness to the draft, right? Because you have the Gwen who can flex into multiple roles, and then you would have the Renekton. So I think it's MFT really wanting some clarity from J-Team when they go ahead, lock in this R4 pick. And on the flip side, J-Team, they take away the Samira as well. So really, the Kaisa Samira are 2 champions that excel in diving with the team here. So it makes some sense as to why they want to remove those champions, but at the same time, it still leaves up the Aphelios, which for sure, like MFT are going to be comfortable locking it.
Is Wales' most played champion. He does play a lot of wonky stuff, but Aphelios is still kind of a go-to. I do expect to see that one being picked up. What do you see out of Wen, though? I think Wen has had a very interesting champion pool as well. Doesn't really play most of the standard mages.
Yeah, I would have to say if you're looking for something that is mage-like, it has to just be the Rise here. It works fine in this spot because if you are going tank Rise, at the very least, you do have the Akali to follow up with it. But they go ahead, lock in the Jhin first, and buy themselves a little more time to figure out what they really want to go with on this last pick. So Jhin, Nautilus, a lot of utility. It means that 665 is pretty much exclusively playing towards top side. Maybe he throws in a bot lane gank early. Okay, so it's going to be a Tryndamere, which means Wen's actually either going to get the Akali a mechanically demanding champion, or he's going to get the Tryndamere, which isn't something we see a ton of in the mid lane from PCS especially, but certainly less mechanically demanding. It really just calls upon you to time your ultimate properly.
Yeah, I love the Tryndamere. So far, it's been going mainly to DCG, just playing it in that Smite Bard setup, but Tryndamere has been very powerful even when in the mid lane. could be going into top lane as well. That's definitely, we have seen a lot of that too. So we're going to have to tick down to 20 seconds. That's when the lock-in is in the PCS. But so far, it does look like Taco may be taking this trend top. What do you think about the two solo lanes?
It's certainly an interesting matchup here because we get Gwen on a more mechanically demanding champion. So that will be interesting to keep track of, especially when Uniboy is on a champion like Orianna, which is naturally very safe in lane, can just harass as well. It, of course, is going to be a pick that does well into the MFT composition, right? Low range, a lot of dive, and you can zone people off very well with these classic mages for the most part. And then over in the top side, like if Taco does hold the Ignite teleport, this is a very different setup than what we usually see out of Tryndamere's in that top lane. You want the Ghost flash for the most part because it allows you to once you hit level 6, dog down anyone you meet in that 1v1 and really slam them into the ground. And this Ignite teleport is a lot more for the lane phase where you want to be able to trade if Gwen does take a pre-6 trade and tries to all in you.
So with this Ignite top lane, do you think maybe MFT is going to switch up their style? Because like, I don't think Tryndamere is supposed to group in this sort of a setup. Are they just going to go all the way 1-3-1? Or do you still expect them to kind of play their usual style of just running at you with the full team?
I think we first need to see the summoners truly to clarify. Okay, so he does go ahead and swap over. It's a much better setup. If he actually stuck with the Ignite TP, would have brought out some questions. But Driver is going to be the one running with the Ghost Ignite here. So of course, you when you do go up against the Tryndamere in that top side or even in that mid lane, you want to take double combat summoners to be able to match. And most importantly, you want that Ghost in the event that, well, Tryndamere will end up popping Ghost on you. So you want that extra move speed to space against him. But with this setup, MFT have a lot of agency when it comes to fights, right? Because you have double Ghost, and if you're able to burn flashes on the flip side, you can always take a fight with Ghost up again before they have flash.
Yeah, so we see the setup from MFT coming up here. The triple dive, like you mentioned, kind of the bread and butter from MFT. On the flip side, J-Team does seem to be playing more of a usual defensive hyper carry style. That's the J-Team we know of old, and no surprises from Uniboy or Kongria this time around. We're going to have a opposite-sided start from the junglers, Kongria going towards the bot side, and Hecarim going towards the top side. Do wonder what you think about this top lane matchup, because I think that Ignite is pretty interesting on this Gwen here.
Yeah, Gwen, we've seen as the answer to Tryndamere in a lot of cases, and it does do well in the lane phase, but of course the issue is if you aren't able to capitalize and get a kill early on, the Tryndamere will naturally just really skyrocket past you very quickly, and it just comes down to a bit of a difference when it comes to your teamfight approach. It's about, well, which one of these champions is going to be able to assassinate the backline faster. And in this case for MFT, they don't have a whole lot of backline to really speak of. So yes, Gwen should be able to kill the Jhin 10 times out of 10. However, you're not wiping out double carries in the backline. Whereas on the flip side, MFT, they should be able to decimate this backline if they are able to get onto them.
I definitely feel like this is just an ultimate Jhin. Like, he's supposed to pop up from afar, slow people, and that's about it. He's not even supposed to be coming into contact with Driver at any point in these team fights. We do have a little bit of a scuffle here as Kongria, he already saw 665, does have the vision there, and is going to do a little bit of an invade. 665 does not spot this, so leaving a little bit of opening for the bottom side for some plays to happen. Meantime, Gwen is going to be starting with the triple Juju beads. This is a build that perhaps is seeing its last glory days, but
Yep.
you know, we have to enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, this is of course 12-3, which means that the Rejuve beads have not been nerfed. That's why you do see that pickup coming in for when. It means that, well, it should be a really, really nice lane phase for him. Uniboy is not going to have enough damage to really harass him.
Not a lot of damage. I expected Lil V to actually go in a little bit harder on that one, but doesn't happen as Hecarim is around the corner here. And, you know, like you were mentioning, just kind of feels like a laning kind of setup for for MFT on a lot of parts.
Yeah, and it makes sense why J-Team don't fully commit to that trade, knowing that their jungler is over on top side, but this could be a follow-up pick.
As we have the hook landing, flash in from Epoch, Enzo flashes in return. Extra summoner burned here as the exhaust does go down as well. But it will be a small win here from MFT, just controlling the bottom lane from J-Team. Also want to mention that, you know, J-Team do get the most of their damage still coming from Lil V, sitting at 28% damage share.
Yeah, Lil V has really stepped up to take the carry mantle for the side of J-Team, especially since Uniboy hasn't really performed that well in this first half of the round robin. Korea has had his moments, of course, especially when he gets his big hard carry champions, but we have seen a couple of times where he hasn't been able to pull that big damage load. So Lil V has naturally had to really compensate for the lack of damage coming in from both the mid and jungle roles.
Yeah, I feel like J-Team this season definitely has a much different setup from what they had in the previous splits, because they do have more of an early game focused jungler and mid laner. We talked about this in the pause, where basically J-Team Uniboy is such a different person when he gets the Zoe, when he gets the Syndra, compared to basically anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for the side of J-Team, they're attempting to make a gank happen here, but it does get spotted out by the ward. And I mean, Whale, he understands how to really play a lot of these lanes because of the fact he knows he's not getting a whole lot of jungle attention in probably 90% of their games, because a 665 is looking to really snowball around himself, and whichever lane gives them the best opportunity to get those kills, that's usually where he's attacking, or he's looking to really attack this top lane for the Tryndamere. As a result, you know, you have bot lane priority, and you're just going to go ahead, turn towards this dragon, start stacking those dragons to perhaps force, of course, that third dragon fight, especially if you're able to secure that next one.
So far, J-Team already up to about a 600 gold lead just from the laning phase itself. And it looks like it's going to continue for quite a while. When do you think MFD is going to start trading blows here, as they're completely on the backside? 665 gets caught in the jungle. I don't think that's trading blows. I think that's falling deeper into the pit.
A kind donation coming out from 665 there. Not exactly the opening you'd like to see if you're an MFT fan, but for the side of J-Team, it's a, you know, welcomed charity. You'll take anything to try and speed up the scaling for this game, because of the fact, again, you do have a bit of an outscaling with the Orianna Jinx. So we will see the replay. Not sure how much of a replay this really is. It's just both solo laners coming in, and conveniently they have the pinch, and Konya is just like, oh, thanks.
I do want to mention that seemed like it was blind from J-Team, so perfect map awareness. Konya just took the Drake on the bottom side. They know that Hecarim is likely in their Krugs, so they do this perfect, pixel-perfect pincer right into the jungle and get 665 down. We do have MFD moving towards the Herald. This is a priority Herald, or I would like to call this kind of a compensation Herald, where the enemy team just found a win, and you're trying to sneak one away in the meantime. Doesn't look like they're going to get much contest here, as they do have double pink boards down. Very good vision control. And yes, it does look like J-Team is just going to hand this one over.
Yeah, they're really just there to the play a lot faster than the side of J-Team. J-Team on a bit of a reset timer, so they go ahead, find themselves at that Herald faster, and I would say that you would very much welcome that Dragon for Herald exchange in this time, especially with the composition MFT do have. Of course, it's about snowballing, getting that dive faster, online faster than J-Team, and getting Heralds is certainly one way to do so. So the big thing now is to really keep track of this top lane, because now that Tryndamere has hit level 6, that's where the matchup does start shifting over to the side of the Tryndamere, being able to take these duels against the Gwen. Although Gwen does have the lethal tempo, so slightly better just straight up dueling potential, but not going to have that extra damage and build or healing coming in for these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a mess up from Uniboy. Didn't get his damage calculations quite down, but so far Driver has just been dominating in this lane. We'll see if Taco, with his utter disrespect for Hollowed Mist, can find a trade here. Poultry Shot down, isn't going to really chase much up onto it. I do want to mention the strategic goals for both sides in this mid game, because as you can see on the map, J-Team has got that bottom side completely covered. They've made two incursions for a 4-man dive, and that bottom lane tower has already had a play taken off of it. Who do you think is going to strike first? Is it just going to be a trade? As we do have 665 going into the tower. Uniboy getting a lot of damage off. Might just be a kill here, and that's a solo! Oh, that's a pony that lost its way.
Yeah, so back-to-back charity donations, you know. Hard to explain that one, but now we're gonna see a collapse onto mid lane, and they do have the
onto
inside
Little
track.
V. They throw everything on him, but Enzo is right around there, or just cancels out the ultimate. Enzo doesn't even need to flash for that one. Uniboy, another kill in the mid lane. Meanwhile, top lane, Driver has his eyes on Taco. He should be fine, though. As you mentioned, does still have the ult, but it just seems like laning phase is starting to implode for MFT.
Yeah, I mean, that mid lane really just kind of falls apart here for the side of MFT because of the kind donations coming in from 665 over to that lane. Uniboy now very much accelerated. 3 kills to his name, has the Ludens, has of course the Sork shoes, and on the flip side, when like he was already struggling, and after the consequential 2 deaths, this lane is really hard to play. We're going to see the replay here, and it really just comes down to when he wants to be able to get this entire wave, because it is pretty fat, but as a result, he walks up too far. Konya just goes, we can just go ahead and kill him, and
doesn't even need the flash, to be honest, from Konya. Still gets it from some extra style points, and that was pretty insane because Konya killed him without Shockwave from 60% HP. That's gotta be really painful for MFD. Do you still see a chance for them coming back in this laning phase, or it's just like, well, we gotta wait for late game boys?
Yeah, this is definitely a very rough spot, because now you're starting to bleed out when it comes to turret plates. You can't even walk up to this tower because, again, there's a large stat differential with Sork, Shoes, Ludens already completed on this Orianna. Usually you don't think about those Orianna shockwaves hitting too hard, but that's usually because the Orianna is kind of sitting on even pace. But when she's so far accelerated, the resistances don't come in fast enough, so you're going to be able to blast these champions very early on.
It does seem like 665 actually accidentally dropped the Herald here. I really doubt that
Could be timing
intentional. That's also possible. 665 doesn't get anything for that Herald drop, and they just have to back off.
It's just been a myriad of mistakes coming in for 665, just individually, right? It does look like
Konya finds 665. Nothing gonna happen out of that, but we do have a bot lane that's pretty much exposed at this point. I think it's just a question of how much J-Team can take away at this point.
And this comes down to a lot of the stuff that they set up for before, right? They had a lot of control when it comes to vision down in that bot side that now they can just repeatedly invade, get those red buffs, and now they're going to also get into Kali.
Wen does have to burn both procs of his ultimate, but does get out in the end. However, that means mid lane is wide open. We see question mark things from J Team. Is this for real? Do we get this for free? Is this for me? It's basically the meme of the gray cat looking down on the dinner table and just scrapping away whatever he can get. Very fed Uniboy at this point. 400 gold bounty on himself.
Yeah, and I mean, Wen did burn his teleport to get back into the lane, but at 14 minutes, you've already claimed really all the plates you could ever ask for the side of J Team, and they will be able to get first brick here for Lil V. He should be able to get that solo. Okay, does get split with the Tom Kench, which doesn't feel as good, but you're still very happy with that trade, being able to get that gold, very large gold infusion for your AD carry, and you're really just set up perfectly for this mid game. Not a whole lot needs to be done because Taco still not quite strong enough to be able to just dive into the backline and assassinate both of these targets. He really needs a lot more help, and if you look at 665's build path here at the moment, he just doesn't have a whole lot of tools to kill this backline.
It does feel like Uniboy alone could probably get the kills as they get a perfect insect onto Epoch. 3-man ult's not going to save him. Whale trying to get a little bit of damage in. Red buff onto 665, and Kongra just pops the the crying emotes, probably for his enemies, and they move on towards the Herald as free as you like.
Yeah, 665 does get the blue buff, but that's really all they're able to get out of it. They're going to lose this Rift Herald, and now it's going to be getting excited. They might be able to find a kill on Whale.
That landed. Zap from Whale does go down. He is able to sidestep with the Gale Force, but not the Shockwave. Uniboy finds another kill. Now 4-0 and 0. Can 665 find a tick onto him? Not going to happen. Uniboy walks back with a ton of shields on him, and this game is just wide open at this point. When trying to scrap for some CS, Taco can't even walk into his own lane. Oh boy, MFT just welcome to the PCS.
Yeah, Corner is going to be able to might away, of course, that Gromp as well. So not even the scraps given over to Taco here. And I mean, once again, these are a lot of this is just consequences from the early 2 deaths given from 665 over to Uniboy. As a result, he's just so far accelerated. He finds that 2-man Shockwave right in that mid lane, and like normally you'd probably lack another 150 damage and you'd be able to survive by using your summoners, but with how far ahead Uniboy is, it just blasts him to high heaven. Now he gets even more gold. Now he has a large rod. Now he's going to be very, very close to that Shadow Flame, and once he has that for this next he's not going to have it for the next dragon fight, but he already has so much damage. It's perfectly set up to make for a very easy dragon take for the side of J-Team.
Early Shadow Flames are just so utterly ridiculous. You get extra magic pen based on the enemy HP, and it's usually pretty low to start off here, so I expect some pretty cool Uniboy one-shots coming up. That's definitely on the docket. Meanwhile, for Whale, that was definitely a solo queue moment. The first time you see the enemy mid laner and you realize, oh, he's been pretty fed this game.
Yeah. The first time you see the enemy team and he just uses his spells and you're instantly just deleted, you just say, man, this is the life of AD carry.
Kongra is able to steal away the majority of those Krogs, and Uniboy goes up to 6-0-0. Kongra is still with the just using his flash afterwards, and Taco now coming in to hopefully pick something off. Went into the backline, exhaust goes down, but Kongra is still alive. Finally, he does die, but a lot expended just for that kill. Epoch is overextended, and Wen is left in that Shroud Donut. Is going to go into the center and hand over the 7th kill to Uniboy. Uniboy has been proven to be a lot better than just on 2 kills.
Yeah, given the power to carry on this Orianna and given the extra resources early on, he has indeed given full return value towards that investment. Now has that Shadow Flame completed, has the stopwatch as well, so as try as you might with this dive coming in for the side of MFT, it's not going to work, at least for this next fight. So hopefully they are at the very least able to force that stopwatch out in the next fight, but the fact of the matter is this game feels very, very long gone.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It seems done and dusted. We were talking about the win conditions where it was a dive comp from MFT. Well, guess what? The Uniboy can kind of one-shot people at this point, so the dive doesn't really work. We're getting some good shots of these mechanics here, as smooth as butter from Kongo.
And it's really just a lot of these, not even micro mistakes coming from 665. It's just where he's deciding to pass on the map has just not been optimal. And he keeps on just conceding just 3 sacks of gold. So if you're decided J-Team, you'll happily accept donations. And when you are, of course, a scaling team, it just feels even better when you do get those extra large sacks of gold.
Does look like Taco is going to be able to make it out of this one, but I do want to take this sort of lull in action. Never mind, no lull, as we do have 665 going in for Uniboy, going for the bounty. They have the ultimate pop bound, but Uniboy is completely fine, still has full HP. When going into the backline, dodges out on the shockwave, and they do find the kills. MFT making a comeback. Little V is down. Driver trying to come in, but he's going up against 1v3. Kongre will look for the kill, challenging Spike going down, and he does get Will on the back end. Still, a pretty impressive feat for MFT. Down 10,000 gold, they managed to get at least 2 back.
Finding 2 kills there, especially onto Lil V, is going to feel nice, of course. However, as it stands, Uniboy's bounty has not yet been claimed, so the big threat still remains, and even more importantly, if you look at his inventory, he still has that stopwatch available to him, so he didn't have to use that in the last fight. So it feels like while that they tried to make a play onto Uniboy, it doesn't pay off because of that Tom Kench, beautiful Tom Kench play to bail his mid laner out. And the big part here, when that Orianna is so far ahead, it makes things incredibly difficult to play out as the Tryndamere, because the moment you approach these fights, you have to preemptively use your ultimate because of how much damage is coming in from that shockwave combo.
True. We saw that double dive from the Tryndamere and Akali be able to basically blow up Lil V before even the blink of an eye, but the other target, Uniboy, was much more difficult to deal with there.
And Zanya's now completed.
Oh boy, that's just even worse. In that fight, I felt like MFT, if they were able to land that dredge line onto Enso before he made it over that cubby, it would have been so different. They most likely would have been able to find Uniboy there, but unfortunately, we have Epoch landing the hook onto a wall, and that kind of mistake didn't really do them any favors. J-Team now setting up for a 2-pronged attack here, taking the Drake while still having vision control over the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly know that MFT are kind of in a desperate time situation and might go ahead and try the Baron, but of course, if you look at their composition, they have a very, very slow Baron take. Yes, the Tryndamere does do damage, but of course he has to be around that objective to actually get onto it, since he doesn't have the teleport, so it's very difficult to sneak the Baron away. If you are the Tryndamere, it's very easy to deduce if he's trying to attempt that objective. And then you also have your AD carry, which is your main source of damage onto an objective like Baron. Well, it's a Jhin, so Jhin does not do a whole lot to these large objectives. Certainly can help execute and finish it off with his first shot, but doesn't help you to get to that point.
Kongre is trying to find a kill onto Wen. The Q does miss just a little bit. They will start clearing out for this Baron. No teleport on Tryndamere. Taco still decides to show in the bottom lane. Let's see if we have some response here from J-Team. J-Team just very happily going to take over the top red side jungle, the top blue side jungle, excuse me, as they know that they do have the numbers advantage. Finally, MFT will funnel themselves back onto the top side, closing in on this Baron pit. The Scryer goes down, but J-Team just don't care. They're going to start it regardless. And now MFT have to make their approach. Everything comes down to this one. They're very far behind. Let's see if the Dragon Steal is possible. 665 not even in range to make it happen. J-Team on the turnaround. Driver going to start. 665 goes in, but almost instantly gets blown up. Uniboy has to pop the Zhonya's. Hopefully they can find a kill here, but no, he comes right out and simply kills Taco before the Undying Rage is even used. 665 to follow. Wen calls it full retreat. Well just left for dead, and now Wen has no backup. Only the support alive, and Epoch is going back to the base. J-Team do not lose a single member to the dive, and they're going to clean up this game.
You know, not really surprised about this outcome, Clement, because of just how that early game went. Again, like, when you snowball this, you typically slower carry in the Orianna, you're going to run into a lot of issues. Like Taco, the burst damage coming out from the mage right now is just too much for him to expect, that he can't even use the Undying Range in a timely fashion.
He's gonna go down.
And the game's just done.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything to do. Whale tries to get a couple pot shots off, but Lil V is taking none of that, standing right in the front line. That's not what you want to see if you're trying to run Akali and Tryndamere, and their AD carry is leading the charge here. Wayne gets attacked again by a Sonic Wave, and has to be very impressed by the accuracy that has been displayed. 665 trying to get something done on the back end. Uniboy hasn't even lost an HP to that. Uniboy is just, he's completely fine taking a solo duel against 665. Another insect. Whale goes down, and that should be the finishing touches. Taco gets his Undying Rage this time, at least, but has to flash out. Needlework finds one charge, and Enzo, the support, the top bench, flashes forward to pick up the kill. They do lose Kongria in that, and Wen might be able to save this one. Lil V only on one more tick of damage, can't get it through. Epoch chooses to dive in. Last hurrah, the mad insignia comes out, and J-Team will polish this game up by 18,000 gold. A cruising and crushing victory from the original J-Team.
Now, J-Team, this game was never in question, and they really executed all they really needed to. You can kind of see when he's not too worried about this game because, well, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I really don't think MFT got much of a chance to showcase what their comp was supposed to do, but, you know, let's just kind of disregard all of the mistakes, all of the mishaps that happened. Certainly just throw away the 665. I would say those were like kind of Uber deliveries. What should have MFT's game plan actually look like?
If they were able to sort of get through without, of course, the 2 deaths, the fights would have looked a lot differently, right? Because then you don't hit those early power spikes on the Orianna, then your dive would have a lot more value to it. Your Hecarim would have been able to clear a couple more camps. He'd be on pace to actually enforce the dive, and really the whole point of the Hecarim is that he can gank early on, similar to a Lee Sin. His gank timings are a lot better because he has Ghost, and you also clear camps a lot faster. So you really just outpace the Lee Sin while being able to do a lot of the same things Lee Sin can do. And then when it comes to those mid-game team fights, you're just a better jungler at that point because of how much faster you are over the Lee Sin. And so that's really the crux of the dive power coming in. But unfortunately, giving away a little bit too much through the early phases means that he himself doesn't have the power to dive the backline, and the backline just one-shots him as well.
Yeah, we saw that multiple times coming in from Uniboy, even through Zhonya's, shocking Taco. He didn't even get his Undying Rage off before just getting blown up. I wanted to turn to an interesting question because we have seen a lot of Hecarims actually be first picked when Lee Sin has been banned out. but I have to say, I don't think it's really shown its worth, especially when power picks like Jinx and Gwen are up. Do you agree with that? Do you think it's like maybe just kind of drop the Hecarim first picks?
Absolutely. I think first pick Hecarim is just way too much here, especially when you do leave up a pick like the Jinx. Whale has also shown himself to be able to succeed on this pick, so it does really baffle me that they choose to let that through. They don't even go to something like an Aphelios that has carry potential and really just all in on something that has to succeed at 14 minutes or it just naturally loses out. And like at 14 minutes, they weren't able to get tower plates. They weren't able to get any value out of that first Rift Herald as well, most importantly, and they weren't able to contest those early dragons. So the MFT plan, while it looked good perhaps in draft, the play in game was just disastrous.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. You know, our closing statements from week 1 were that MFT seems like they still have champion issues coming in from their bot lane and mid lane. It's week 3, and that still seems like the case. Banning Zeri on blue side, putting their mid lane priority much later, and then first picking Hecarim for 665. A lot of things don't seem to be jiving here. And, you know, I just feel like Hecarim is one of those picks that sends too strong of a signal early on. It's like, we're going dive comp. Boys, we're going dive pump, so pick up your Oriannas and pick up your Tom Catch, because we're diving.
Yeah, and I think that was where you can give credit to J-Team as well in the fact that they identified, hey, they're going to be diving, let's get this Tom Kench to keep our backline safe. You can say that Orianna was also played to that same theme, but at the same time, like, Uniboy was probably going to pick Orianna regardless. So MVP does go over to Kongya. He had a lot of agency early on. He made some plays. I would have given it to Uniboy, given how well he played with those resources given to him, courtesy of 665. But at the same time, Kongya had a very good performance and also had the flashy highlight plays on top of it.
So many successful insects this game. He basically gave Whale no chance to deal damage, won the duels against his opposing jungler. Very deserved MVP for Kongya for sure here. And J-Team looks like they're continuing to roll on. When we come back to the next game, I'm going to give you the stats of what the win rate is for teams when they get to pick Gwen and Jinx together on the red side. I'll definitely have that in my pocket when we come back.
Yeah, there's just way too much scaling coming in for the side of J-Team as well, right? You get Gwen Jinx, like that's any team on red side, if they lock those two champions in, they just feel so comfortable moving into the game because it gives you so much late game power. And it's not like they're slouches in the early lane phase too, right? You're going to hit level 2 very easily on the Jinx because you just rocket the backline, and Gwen not too shabby in a couple of these early duels.
Congratulations for J-Team picking up their first red side win. Don't go anywhere as we come back with a battle between CTBC Flying Oyster and Beyond Gaming.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are coming into our match of the week to find out who is the ultimate bank between CTBC, Flying Oysters, and Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Before we go deeper into the details here, we do have to give a big shout out to our sponsors in CTBC Bank and Caliber. Now, we have heard CTBC quite a bit, and I think you all know from our commercials that they are the top financial institution in Taiwan. However, we're not going to be biased about this coverage here. We're going to give Megabank a chance here as well to see how they will fare.
Yeah, and for sure, you have to be CTBC favored in this matchup at the moment, just because of how much more dimensions they've shown besides being our sponsor when it comes to in the game of League of Legends. Because on the flip side, we've talked about it, we kind of insinuated towards it earlier in our pre-show, that for the side of Megabank Beyond Gaming, they have struggled when it came to macro play. It's really about the lane phase and how Husha can mitigate any early game aggression to then be able to bridge over to those mid-game team fights where they can allow those individual mechanics to shine. However, in this matchup, even then you could say CFO do have the slight advantage in that regard.
Oh, that's definitely true. You know, CFO early game, I think all of our viewers know CFO is by far away the best early game team we have in PCS. They're averaging over 4,000 gold lead at 15 at this point. But first, we're going to be taking a look at Megabank Beyond Gaming. Liang in the top side, Husha jungle, Minji in the mid lane, Wako and Kino in the bottom side. A lot of questions to Minji, as his style of laning is basically he doesn't show up much for the laning phase, and against Mission, that's going to be really rough. However, I do want to say that on Brajaya Dragons, he has been able to actually defeat Mission and J-Team previously with his Orianna, so not all hope is lost there.
Yeah, so Minji, while his Orianna has been the most played in his career, you would certainly say it's about these assassins. So getting comfort for Minji here in this draft is going to be very, very important. And if we had to highlight one lane besides the jungle where Husha's role is going to be very important and putting out fires when it comes to these lanes, I would say Liang has been the strongest performer or in the most consistent performer on the side of not CDBC, but Megabank Beyond Gaming. And on the flip side, he's probably against the strongest member on CDBC in Rest. So should be a very tantalizing lane matchup out of all the lanes.
The two do bring very similar styles into this one as well. They're both fighter-oriented, they both like a little bit of a BM, and they both also love Hullbreaker. So we could be seeing a mirror of two players that are very similar, but we'll find out who is the better one here. Take a look at the bot lanes from CTBC. Very strong performances from Atlan and Koala there as well. Do see a strong liking for the Aphelios coming out from them. And on the side for Mission, he has shown that flexibility between playing teamfight and also sort of that Uniboy streak of playing the early game, especially with that syndrome.
Yeah, Mission has, I would say, stepped up a lot from his J team year last year, where he's been able to really assert himself in the lane phase and also still have a little bit better roaming impact. But the highlight is going to be Wako in Atlan. Atlan also massively stepping up from his days over at Machi, where he was really the weak side player. You know, he kind of just scales up. Maybe he contributes a little bit of something towards those mid-late game team fights, but it was all about that top half dive heavy focus coming in from Machi. This time around, it's a lot more different. They want to play more team fight style, and he has delivered in that regard.
Always showing up for those team fights. You can tell in the First Blood participation that I think CTBC still finds most of their early action in the top side for sure. Only 14% there. And those two AD carries will be your sort of Aphelios first players. So you have your Jinx first players. Both of these are Aphelios first. We're going to go into the ban phase directly. Syndra, way too much of a threat, especially against Minji's champion pool. They're going to take that one right out. Gwen, also the most picked from Rest, is going to hit the ban board. And for CFO, no surprises here. Zeri outside. And Husha not going to be given a carry potential as the Diana goes away as well.
Right here, I would look at the Kali pick for the side of CFO. If they're looking for something to ban, that will be the ban. Now, BYG. Tryndamere has interestingly been a big focus for the side of BYG and just getting a big carry champion for Liang, but instead, they're actually going to prioritize this Jinx. Naturally, CFO, they can go ahead, take this Aphelios on this rotation, or go ahead, leave it to that third pick. But for sure, I expect to see the Aphelios get locked in before the second phase. CFO, they'll go ahead, lock themselves in that Lee Sin here. Nice champion for Gemini. Also, of course, being able to attack the early game is something that we highlighted to be key for CFO in this matchup. And we'll see what they go ahead, lock in for, I would assume, Mission here, as the Rise will be that lock-in.
We have seen that 1-2 combo just come out. A strong root followed up into the execution from Lee Sin. Could be very deadly pre-6. CFO are setting themselves up for strong early game success. Meanwhile, Beyond Gaming, hovering the Ahri, which Minji has played before, one of Faker's favorite. Let's see if Minji can pilot this one. Hasn't shown a lot of success across major regions, to be perfectly honest. I definitely feel like this is a champion you have to snowball with. Meanwhile, Tryndamere is going to get locked in, and Aphelios hovered for CFO.
Nothing too surprising here with how this first phase is going. Minji on the Ahri, of course, has mobility, has a lot of playmaking potential, and I think that's what you want in a champion for Minji. Allow him to dictate what individual plays he can make here. And for Liang, this is just the champion that he's played numerous times, as he is currently perfect on the champion, which of course will be something to highlight going into this game against such a titan as CFO.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Liang can pull out that Hullbreaker performance once again. I do expect Rest to have some sort of a counter to this Tryndamere. We'll see if Beyond Gaming decides to target out the top lane. Koala so far has played a very standard pool, so I do think most of these bans should be going towards top. Indeed, we have the Gameplink being taken out of the pool. And on the flip side, Hecarim being taken away from Husha.
So CFO, go ahead, take away the Hecarim again. Like, this is a good matchup for Hecarim. That's why we are seeing the attention thrown towards the Hecarim, even though the success hasn't necessarily happened quite yet. and they'll go ahead follow up with the Viego ban. And of course, when you do have such heavy dive threats in the Tryndamere and the Ahri, it can allow you as the Viego to find a lot easier resets, being able to get onto that backline. And then, of course, if you're able to kill one of these high resource champions, then you're able to take control of those resources yourself. So BYG, they go ahead ban yet another top lane champion. Obviously, they want a solid matchup for Liang and at least make it a much more comfortable matchup, as the Graves will come through. And of course, this is, I would say, very Tryndamere favored after you get through the lane phase.
We have seen Graves be able to push that Tryndamere in, but once that Undying Rage comes up, it does become a little bit more difficult. Beyond Gaming now trying to think of a jungler to match up with this triple dive composition that you did mention. A lot of reset potential here. And Maokai's an interesting one. I wouldn't be overly surprised if Kino picks up some of those champions. He loves playing stuff like Set, like Rakan, but he is going to go with his Leona and Rek'Sai coming out from Husha. Okay. Super interesting. We've seen a lot of Prowlers coming out from this champion. Excited to see if that's going to be the case here. CFO now trying to pick up a support. As we said, Koala keeps it pretty close to the standard champion pool, so I think this Nautilus is most likely just going to be a lock-in. Could go for the Tahm Kench, but Nautilus definitely still a very strong choice here, and it does get locked in. So what are our win conditions coming in from both sides now that we have the full picture?
Now, this is a very interesting draft coming out from BYG. Of course, this is a team that wants to just let the game happen without interacting a whole lot. But Husha this time around has gone for this Rek'Sai pick, which means this game is all about the Rek'Sai. If Husha is able to get ahead, which we were able to somewhat see yesterday, I believe it was in the hands of Taco. He went for the Stride Breaker in that game, so definitely have to follow closely to see what the build path is going to be for the Rek'Sai. But if she is able to get ahead early in this game, that could provide then the dive threat and the bridge necessary for them to hit those mid-late game team fights for the rest of these carries to come online.
Yeah, and I think that really answers the question that you posed. How is Beyond Gaming gonna go to the mid game? That has been their biggest hurdle when facing these top teams. They just don't make it through the laning phase. They have the 1-3-1, they have the dive drafted, and it doesn't go past 15 minutes, basically. It's dead on arrival. So this Rek'Sai could be a great answer to a lot of their woes. You know, Rek'Sai isn't the same macro champion that she was seasons ago. She's pretty much a one-shot champion that we've seen from that combo. We'll see if it can work out with this Ahri, who also has to be played super aggressive. You know, we've been seeing the LCK, and the general feel is that if you aren't hyper aggressive with this pick, it just doesn't tend to work out. You're much better playing just the traditional mages here. So we'll see if Beyond Gaming can kind of fix their long-term issues going up against a flawless CFO as we head on to the Rift and the Battle of the Banks.
Nothing too surprising here coming out right at the start here, although BYG looking for perhaps a late invade, but if they do that, that's probably just going to end very, very poorly, as there is a 4-man death squad circling around them if they get a little bit too close to that Raptor pit.
Kino's gonna do it. He's poking his head forward, and CFO have read the play. Mission shows up. They will
Minji's here now.
Stuff here.
Wait.
No, it's actually just a straight 4v4, and they actually find Gemini first, despite walking into a death trap. Liang has
Mission's
over
gone.
the wall, and he's got another kill after that flash. That was what? How did Beyond Gaming win that? That's absolutely insane.
In the words of Kadril, that was absolutely illegal. But this is the power of Leona, right? With the Aftershock, you're able to just kind of walk in, proc Aftershock immediately, and still be able to survive all of those cooldowns. And as a result, it's going to be CFO off to a poor start, even though I felt like that their level 1 setup was just superior in that regard, but it was not to be. BYG get the start that they dreamed of in this matchup.
Well, I guess they don't have to worry about how to get to mid-game after that. That's for sure. I just want to kind of go over some of the details that happened there. Aftershock was a great point by Kino. He procs that, walks back, and just goes out of vision. And the other thing that we saw right there is Mission was kind of weird to see Mission go out of the brush that late. It looks like he was a little bit hesitating on that move there. I didn't go in as soon as the team started to open up damage there. And also the flash afterwards was definitely a waste of a flash. He just kind of lost track of Liang in that play. So it's kind of weird because I definitely felt like Mission was kind of out of the loop in that one. And now Husha
now they're going to get a free gank here. No songs.
There's nowhere for him to go. He's just dead. Yep.
Absolutely. Fantastic gank path coming in from Husha, and this is, of course, one of the powers of Rek'Sai in that you're able to gank from these unorthodox angles. Yes, you can do it somewhat on the Lee Sin as well because of his ability to dash over the walls, but it, of course, doesn't have that same setup in being able to CC a target and immediately just make things so easy for your mid laner to follow up. So, well executed coming in from the side of BYG, and really they're just taking advantage of this early gold lead that they were gifted to continue to snowball around the lane that is really, really hampered.
We are going to get Boots 2 coming out from Minji again. Going to be very hard for Mission to survive this lane. I do expect a lot of lane control having to come out from Gemini just to keep his mid laner alive in this one. And Husha now moving into the bottom lane. We do have both summoners up still for Koala and Atlan. But in the meantime, Wako definitely pouring a little bit of salt on the wound. Just getting a culling right off the base here. He's going to be very happy with that. Leon doing some light trading. And don't really expect anything here due to the vision advantage. But overall, it just seems like a very difficult laning phase for CFO to now contend with.
Yeah, and this was really nice coming in from Wako, being able to get that cull. He's identified that, hey, this Lee Sin probably not going to target me anytime soon because of the fact he has died and lost a little of that pace and how much control we have over the jungle area because of how strong our Rek'Sai is. And now they're going to go ahead, contest Raptors. We'll see how many of them they'll be able to steal away, and it does look like they're able to get really nice control over this area. So this is going to be a play that happens over and over again coming in from Husha because he knows that the Lee Sin isn't going to be able to clear these very, very quickly, and now he has a gank attempt perhaps on this top side.
Slow does go down onto Rest, but Husha feels like it's a little bit too close to the tower, backs out and waits a little while longer. You can see Rest has those alarm bells tingling in his mind as he throws so many question mark pings across the map. At the end of the day, he will stay relatively safe, and his vision will actually catch Husha here as he goes back into his own jungle. Something I'm super excited about is we do have a serrated dirt coming out from Husha!
Yeah, so we have the serrated dirt. That's, of course, going to lead into one of these lethality items. Hopefully it's the Prowler's Claw. That's definitely a stronger pick when it comes to trying to snowball early game advantages.
Minji is going to ult right in. Does find the charm. Husha comes
kill
in with the flash. Goodbye, Mission. That's his third death this game. I don't think he's died that much in a single game the entire split. CFO do get the Drake for it, but they will be able to walk away. Husha not able to close that surround just quite yet. And Koala walks away very happily from Kino's engage. 3v2 potentially happening right here. Beyond Gaming not going to push it though.
Yeah, it will be CFO, of course, trying to back off, knowing that their mid laner was on a recall. And Liang now able to hit level 6 without any sort of issues. You can look, no difference in CS. And of course, having that extra kill means that he's able to get tier 2 boots early on, which is really, really important in these melee versus range matchups because it just makes up for the gap. And now a fight
Oh, Atlan gets caught by the Flame Choppers, but is able to cleanse out. Last auto attack goes through, and he still falls down. A little bit too far forward. Koala now the second target. Double kill going over to Wako. Beautifully done. Atlan just gets caught up by Kino and pays dearly for his mistakes.
Yeah, and now we're really starting to see this Beyond gaming squad come into their own here with, of course, a beautiful early game leading into Gemini really shut out of the game. That means these individual playmakers, this individualistic team is able to go ahead and showcase those individual mechanics here as they get that first kill beautifully done, and beautiful tanking coming in from Kino, understanding we do have a heal, and that extra move speed also used to make sure that last auto goes off sooner rather than later.
Everything going wrong for CFO right now. The solo lanes, Mission versus Minji going sideways, and the bot lane losing straight 2v2. Now we have another 2v2 coming up here. Can Gemini salvage the situation? Rest goes down before anything can happen. He's trying to look for a kill, but Leon blocks the Q, goes in for more, and finds the double. Great mechanics coming out from Leon, saves his jungler, and picks up even more gold for himself.
And in a battle of unbeatens, Liang's Tryndamere versus CFO's perfect record. It's looking like Liang is going to have that pristine record maintained. And whew, it's looking really, really rough now for CFO, because if you look at their composition, it's not like this composition scales insanely well, right? They're very low range, and this Rise pick, while you're going to get a lot of value out of the tank build with the Frozen Heart against this squad, the issue is you don't deal a whole lot of damage. So the fact that Beyond Gaming are so far ahead means that it's hard to turn things around because you are going the tank build.
Yeah, the problem with them is even when going with the tank build, Beyond Gaming are so fed at this point,
yeah,
they can just burst through. It doesn't even matter. Like, I definitely see like CFO's draft as being a little less coordinated. It's more of a tier list draft. You have Husha running in, trying to find people here. Not gonna catch anyone out just yet, as Liang knows where the jungler is on the other side of the map. It's gonna go straight in for Rest. No sums on him so far. Undying range not there yet, but he doesn't need it. Finds the kill just as easy as that. Straight walk in onto Rest. And unfortunately, Graves is gonna pay for the sins of his jungler.
And now Liang, he just really gets to tool this matchup. Because of the fact he knows as well that Graves doesn't have the ult, he's not worried that he doesn't have his own ultimate. And of course now he's going to have his own ult back up. Means he can once more look for that kill, and this is just going from... I don't even know how to describe it, because it's already a disaster for CFO, and it just got turned into a calamity, I suppose.
Yeah, they can't survive any of the plays that Beyond Gaming is throwing at them. I think that's going to be the main issue here. There's so easy to burst people down. We've seen it already plenty of times in this game alone. Husha can just flash on you. If you don't have flash, you're dead. So it's very hard to turtle in these circumstances. We could be seeing that 18-0 dream be shattered right here. And I just want to share with you a post I saw on Beyond Gaming's Facebook. They were basically having CFO laughing like, we're going to finish the first round with full wins. And then someone comes behind them, and it's Beyond Gaming as they come in to shatter CFO's dreams. The meme game from these two squads has been pretty damn on spot.
Yeah, and the big factor here moving forward into these through the game is the fact that we have Lucidity boots. Oh, okay.
Leon going in right in front of Gemini might not be the right call, as he doesn't even get to pop the ultimate. Gemini finishes him off with the execute.
Wow, okay. So Liang not given the time to use that ultimate to keep himself alive in that moment. It will take to the first death for the side of Beyond Gaming, and CFO, at least they found a trade. The issue is they still lose bot tower and that dragon. So Beyond Gaming still trade up, but at the same time, like CFO, they haven't found any trade so far. So the fact that they were able to get something is positive signs.
It definitely is. At the very least, that's a morale booster when you're down 4,000 gold. I do want to mention the builds here coming out from the top side. We have Liang actually going for the Gale Force. He has put his favorite item, the Hull Breaker, on the side for this one. What do you make of this coming into the matchup against Rest?
I think, well, Gale Force is more than enough against a champion like the Graves where you just want extra sticking power. He was going to go for it regardless. It really just comes down to bypassing the Hull Breaker. And I think Hull Breaker is more of an item that allows you to break an even standing moment or Giga Snowball a certain advantage. But in this moment, the fact that they can just smash CFO in the next team fight, Gale Force really helps you snowball that certain advantage. Instead of just playing in the side lane by yourself, you have more than enough damage to destroy a Graves with just this Gale Force purchase anyways. That why not just build a little bit more team fighty oriented build, and they're gonna crack this tier 1 turret as well. So claiming all those turret plates, further extending Liang's lead and further hampering CFO's ability to try and respond, because it's just a 4-man death squad now.
Yep, CFO have one less member here, and they're going to try, but the ult goes down, and they can't run away. Koala will flash out. They find some damage across the wall onto Husha, but not enough. Atlan will finally dissuade them with the Moonlight Vigil. They still lose the tower, but that was a pretty stalwart defense that CFO was able to hold their ground.
Yeah, and Koala will exchange his flash for Husha's flash. At the very least, you trade up somewhat in that situation. But still a very dire situation for the side of the Flying Oysters. Now, we're looking at some of these mythics completed. On the flip side, we have both Everfrost completed here for the mid lane. So really trying to now look for picks. Of course, Mission hasn't really had a say in this game so far with that Realm Warp. So maybe now that he's level 11, he still has a small CS advantage. So it's not like he's that far behind when it comes to individually, if you can even compare, well, the itemization to his respective opponents. But he hasn't been able to actually dictate anything on the map yet.
I do want to mention, those are some pretty sad stacks from the Rocks. He didn't get to get his tier on the first back, and it's 15 minutes in the game. He's less than a third of the way towards completing a tier here. So, you know, this is probably the worst game we've seen from Mission in terms of a laning perspective. Not completely his fault for sure, but you know, definitely not going as smoothly as he wanted it to.
Absolutely, and part of the reason why he goes for a late tier is because he just needs more combat stats because of how much attention has been thrown to his lane. So he gets the early Merc Treads, he gets, of course, the extra health from the Everfrost build, and that's helped him bridge to this tier finally. And the tier is still going to stack up relatively quickly because you are Rise, but certainly that power spike will get delayed, and that might be enough for BYG really to close this game out in the next team fight. That's really the big window that they're looking for. This next team fight, if they get a 4-5-man wipe, that should essentially just bring this game to somewhat of a insurmountable lead.
We do have that 5-man push coming in now. Shelly isn't even damaged on the first push. Gemini looking for an angle. He isn't spotted just yet. I believe he is now on the radar, though, because of that Rek'Sai. Husha doing a very good job sticking to the wall, making sure that Gemini doesn't find an angle. Beyond Gaming not going to push this one too far, but they do have a Hextech Drake on the table here. And unfortunately for CFO, they're just not going to contest. Like, as you said about that tier build, I think it's a pretty clear signal that Mission is just saying, well, we don't even have a mid game. Oh, that's so unlucky from Gemini. But fortunately for him, yeah, Minji's not going to press his luck here.
Yeah, he understands a lot of his team are on that objective down in that bottom side of the map, so he just decides, hey, I'll just hold on to this ult cooldown. I'm not going to take large risks because I don't know who's there to back up Gemini in that situation. Usually when a jungler jumps through the Hex Gate, it could mean a couple more people are also following the jungler through the Hex Gate, so I can understand why he's a little more reserved on trying to take that play.
Yep, Gemini also still had the flash, so it likely would have been able to make an escape if he so chose to. Meanwhile, we are just getting into the phase where Beyond Gaming is, I think, setting up for the Baron at this point. They're so strong. Their burst damage is absolutely insane. I do want to ask you about kind of your favorite builds for the Aries, because we have seen a lot of Aries actually go straight for the Tet Cap. Like, it is a very powerful item. She has insane damage ratios, and she has true damage as well, so sometimes you can just kind of go over that. You can't just decide to, you know, just skip the Void Staff or the Blighted Jewel in some cases. Just because of the fact that you do have true damage on added to your Q, it's just so much burst damage that they can't really ever itemize against unless if they're really stacking a lot of health. Kino might have overstepped though, or could be Koala. Definitely looks like Koala in this step. Kino has been so good at walking himself into traps and surviving them. I think he's doing it pretty intentionally, knows that CFO have to get vision. Gonna pick up an easy one there, and now we have a 3-0-0 Wako with bounties as well. So there's multiple points that people really have to focus down. CFO can't really find anyone to burst down. Leon just goes in, gets the ultimate from Rest, and continues the push for his team. No answer, still a 3-man stack here on the bottom side. They have to be careful about Minji, who could be trying to intercept. Let's see if Mission... Oh, he's got that spider senses, is not gonna walk through. Maybe they do spot him on the ward, but Beyond Gaming will still take the bottom lane tower for it.
Yeah, another interesting adaptation coming in from Rest is the fact that he has also forgone the Hullbreaker, and it makes a lot of sense here because even with Hullbreaker resistances, given how far behind you are against a Tryndamere, it won't matter. So he's gone for to try and give himself the best opportunity to make an impact in these team fights while still being, you know, he's still going to be okay. I mean, he's not going to be that much worse of a spot against Tryndamere because it's already pretty bad. So I like the build adaptation coming in from Rest as well in this instance. And going back to your question about the Ahri build, I do like the adaptation Minji has made in this particular game, going for both Lucidity Boots and the Everfrost, because you really just want to maximize your pick potential against CFO to snowball your advantages here.
Rest instantly has to pop the Ghost to get away from Leon. Leon holding on to both of his summoners, but now he's going to turn around on Rest. That was a very interesting play here. On the other side, we have the Baron take being started. 3-man on the bottom lane. Gemini have to do this one alone. We have Atlan and Koala slowly moving in. They are going to try for this one. There is going to be no smite difference in Season 12. And a lot of damage being done to Kino. Beyond Gaming starting to back out of the pit. Is CFO going to hold here? Yes! The Baron is healing back up, and CFO do defend on both sides, though they still have to chase a very pesky Leon around their own jungle.
Yeah, it will be the side of CFO having a very admirable defense around that Baron buff, able to deter the side of Beyond Gaming from fully committing to that objective. Kino almost... not sure what Kino was trying to do. I know he wanted to keep the Baron aggro still on, but unfortunately, he almost ends up giving his own life away in that situation. So, CFO, I mean, it's still a bad spot by all means, but they've given themselves that lifeline if by continuing to stave BYG off. And for BYG, this is where they hit a bit of a trough when it comes to their team play, because they aren't the most coordinated squad in the PCS, especially for a top team. So they're really contingent on finding these picks, like where Koala was.
I've been with Beyond Gaming to Worlds, and I can completely attest to what you've been saying. They play around picks. They play around kills. They're super bloodthirsty. When I'm in their comms, I don't really hear much about a wave control or like teamfight setup. It's about getting kills across the board, and they're very good at it, as we see another flash being burned away by Rest. No sums on him so far. The next dragon is going to be so incredibly hard for CFO to contest. They're going to be down so many summoners at this point, and honestly, Beyond Gaming could just turn around for Baron and pick people off as they come in. Very tense moment for CFO. Let's see if Gemini can find a pick here. We've seen great insects from him, and we've seen Wako be the victim of those insects, so perhaps there is a chance here. See if they can find a flank. Koala slowly moving in. Minji is going to tag him with the charm. Everfrost goes down. Kino goes in. The fight is on. Pusha about to find that kill. It will be Wako across the wall. It's a double kill straight off the bat. Atlan has to retreat behind a wall, and that should be Baron unguarded over to Beyond Gaming.
Should be a very easy Baron take at this point for the side of Megabank Beyond Gaming here, as they are now up 12 kills to 1. Absolute domination when it comes to bloodthirst and really complete map control here. So CFO, you're going to have to concede this Baron, and it's really all about the Baron defense. And unfortunately for them, they don't exactly have the best wave clear from range. It's going to be very, very risky for them to actually walk up and clear some of these waves. So it will be a very difficult defense of their base as well.
Beautiful play coming in from Minji. Staying out of vision of that ward was so smart, as he hides in the corner right there, gets his full combo. And I just don't envy being Koala in this game, walking around the map in a massive deficit with no flash. I can't even blame the guy for having to do that play, as we see Rest now being the target. Still has his ghost, but it's going to be hard for him to make an escape. Does dodge out on Kino. Will get slowed down. Stun not there. Wako walks back to avoid the damage, and Husha is here to pick up the kills. Does have that chilling smite. Let's see how long Rest can delay this. Just doesn't seem like quite enough. Doesn't hit the minion wave either. He would have been able to maybe push a wave in, but isn't going to be able to accomplish that one. And we just have a Fright train heading towards the base here, as Beyond Gaming send a 3-man push towards the bottom side. CFO, everyone has to retreat from this one. Mission might fancy his chances in a 1v1 here, and he does actually have a decent chance of making it out.
Yeah, I mean, for sure he's going to be able to walk out of any trade against the Tryndamere, because he does have that ultimate. He is relatively tanky, but this is the big power spike, right? And the fact that he's now completed the Frozen Heart, he's very, very close to completing the Thimblewinder.
Oh no,
and
Koala.
that will be
Koala trying to dodge, but overplays his hand, stays in range way too long. Minji going across the wall, now finding a charm onto Mission, but does he overplay that as well? Does have the Zanyas, goes back across the wall. Now it's Kino's turn. They can't save him. It's about saving Private Kino.
Young's hunting.
Oh, but he gets kicked back. Great move from Gemini. It's not going to stop him out forever, though. He goes in, and Wako follows up, is going to get excited. They do pick up 3 kills going into the enemy base, and it is wide open now. The inhibitor soon to follow. It looked pretty dicey on a couple of occasions, but Beyond Gaming make it work.
Yeah, but the big thing is, for the side of CFO, they are able to find kills, which means that this game should continue, and it won't be the base absolutely shattered. And that's massive for them, because if they can keep buying time, yes, they're going to give over Hextech Soul, but their best opportunity to get back into this game and win the game is through Elder Dragon, and I think they've done enough to prolong the game around another 3 minutes, or at least until that next Baron does spawn. So while their best chance is going to come after that Baron buff, at least it gives them a chance to make it.
It just fun to say Elder Dragon's actually still pretty far off. Beyond Gaming are only at 3 drinks. So, well, they did buy them that 3 minutes for sure. We're going to be taking another look at these plays. Really cool stuff from both sides. Atlan and Gemini did about as much as you could possibly do in that situation. They do hold off for sure. And now we still go back into a state where Beyond Gaming has a massive advantage onto the map. There's so many different ways that they could honestly play this one. What do you think is the most effective strategy for Beyond Gaming to close this one off?
For Beyond Gaming, it really just comes down to use this Hextech Soul. Maybe you wait for the next Baron buff and really leverage your 4-1 potential, because of course Liang is just so giga huge at this point. He is the Giga Chad at the moment, and if you're able to then leverage that, like, for sure the game ends on this next Baron buff, barring a very disastrous blunder coming in from BYG, just because they have so many fight stats advantages. This Hextech Soul is so good for their team as well because of how attack speed reliant they are, and the amount of pick potential they can generate with the extra ability haste on top of it. So they can also look to just try and end here because of that extra battle stats.
There's very few targets that CFO can focus here. 3 stasises on Beyond Gaming and 1 Undying Rage. Yep. You could probably just kill Kino. That's the only one that reasonably you could find dead.
And
Beyond...
even then, the issue there is they don't have the damage to burst through a target like Kino, because we have Atlan.
Kino's just walking up mission, just getting charmed, rooted, stunned, and falls down just like
no
that.
damage.
I don't know what he was doing there. Atlan's going to go down next. That's the 2 carries. Beyond Gaming is going to strike 1 for Mega Bank, and that's 4 down. Rest does find 1 back, but it doesn't matter anymore. Beyond Gaming with the biggest win of the first round robin, saved the best for last as they take down CFO and shatter the dreams of CTPC's Flying Oyster of making it an 18-0 split.
In a massive surprise today, we will see CFO take their first loss before facing PSG. When it came to looking at the schedule, with them being 7-0, it almost felt like it was just all leading towards them being 8-0 and concluding their final game against PSG as the real test if they would get through this first half unbeaten. But I mean, I'd imagine almost everyone is surprised here, unless if you are on the side of BYG, that they come out with the win here. And you can watch that game and go, okay, well, they got the first 2 kills there. Mission has to burn the flash. All things are leading towards BYG being able to get a lot of major early game lead. But again, we weren't sure how this team would respond if they were handed leads, how well that macro game would translate. And in this game, there was still not a whole lot of macro game decided, because it was just like, oh, hey, we have so much leads and their jungler can't do a thing. Now we can just be ultra aggressive in the lane phase.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. This one was a bit of an outlier because of that level 1 for sure. Like, we're not going to sugarcoat it. It's not going to happen every single time for Beyond Gaming. And even though we didn't get to see CFO's, kind of composition come online at all, like, I agree with you in the draft phase that, in theory, they actually should have won a lot of these lanes in terms of the Graves push, in terms of, like, the Rise Lee Sin being a little bit easier to execute. So it's definitely... I think this one, if I'm CFO, I probably will just chalk it up to level 1 mistakes. They made a very risky gambit, and they lost that gambit hands down. So that kind of strayed everything else. But I do want to ask you here, do you think that this is this perhaps is something new from Beyond Gaming? Do you think we actually got any secret strategies out for them, any growth for them, or you think this is just, kind of the same old but with a better start?
I would hate to say absolutely not, because at least they came into the level 1 with the plan. But when you, of course, throughout the game, it wasn't like they all of a sudden out macroed the side of CFO to these objectives. It was really CFO saying, hey, you want this objective? You can have it, because we're still getting farm in all the lanes. And you talked about, hey, BYG don't exactly teach massive amounts of wave manipulation, and you saw that, right? It wasn't like the side of CFO were down in CS. They were actually ahead in CS in some cases. Rest was able to accumulate farm leads. Even Mission died 3 times in lane, had a farm lead. So even all that we said for BYG going for them, it was really just, hey, we outskill you right now because we also outstats you. So come at us.
That's definitely a fair analysis to that one. I think it also goes to show just how formidable these CFO players really are when they can continually out CS despite being some of the worst deficits that we've seen this game. Taking a look at the damage charts here, Rest is going to be leading all members from both teams, but in a losing effort, and there really was no comeback. Starting from just minute 1, it was all the way and beyond gaming. So CTBC might still be the top financial institution in Taiwan, but in the battle of the banks, we do have Megabank Beyond Gaming coming out on top in this one.
Yeah, and it was still an impressive victory by all means. Just the fact that they were able to outskill a very good mechanical squad as well. And MVP goes to Husha. He really delivered on this Rek'Sai pick. Yes, the level 1 helps out, but he effectively snowballed around mid lane, capitalizing on an additional 2 kills onto Mission with this Rek'Sai, and he was able to attack topside, keeping topside down, and for the most part, shutting out Gemini out of his own jungle and preventing him from interacting the other lanes, which means that Wako was also able to get those 2v kills bot lane.
It was absolutely beautiful stuff from Husha. Every single gank he did in the early game led to a kill. I will say that, sure, the enemy team was missing a lot of flashes to begin with, but hey, he was still very effective at catching that ball and leading it into a complete win. Catching that ball, because the enemy threw. Okay, but congratulations to Beyond Gaming, and now the circle of Suck in the top 8 is actually completed. So we have a lot more of these battles to look forward to. Don't go anywhere, as we will come back with our 3rd game of the match right off the break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Time I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever. This world is won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
Deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight. And a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight. And a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
As we march towards the halfway point, some teams are still struggling to find their stride. That will be Sem9, currently looking for their first win. On the other hand, we have Frank Esports striving for that 500 mark and getting even. I'm going to be your play-by-play today, Clement Chu, and before we go even further, we are going to be going through our sponsors, CTBC and Caliber. Thank you so much for making all of the PCS possible. Now on to our color. It's going to be Frank, not from Frank Esports, but Frank Nightstar. So I always want to ask you about Frank Esports when I'm casting with you, because you do seem to come from the same organization, or you at least have some affinity with the team, correct?
I mean, like, I'm sure all the Edwards out there that are a fan of League of Legends, they were definitely rooting for EDG when they went to Worlds. And as such, I just have to root for Frank Esports. Even if they don't perhaps have a feasible chance at making Worlds, I still have to, I still have to hope for it. Come on, man. Like, we're going to MSI, we're going to Worlds, we're winning Worlds. Absolutely.
Yeah, you were seeing a very different tune when at the start of this broadcast, but we have seen some great improvements from Frank Esports, honestly. Kurt had a great game on the Gwen against Taco, getting 6 kills there, just dominating his lane, which is something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and it helps that the matchup assisted him, and perhaps a couple of misplays coming in from Taco when it came to that top side, but for sure Kurt had his best performance of the split. And all in all, like, Rebirth, he came into the roster, we weren't super sure about his performance the first time around he was in, but yesterday it looked a lot better. So hopefully he's able to build on that momentum, and I think perhaps going forward that Rebirth is the one to take the reins of the support role rather than K2. I'm not sure what the dynamic is between the two and how it changes, at least so far, because we just haven't seen enough of Rebirth, but I think perhaps that is Frank Esports' plan when it comes to dealing with that bot lane situation.
On the flip side, we have Sem9 coming in, Shiromine, Caspiel over Arashi today, Lazar in the mid lane, Clay X and Philia in the bottom side. Currently, this team is still winless, sitting at 0-8, but we have seen slow, gradual improvements. I feel like the early game hasn't been as completely disastrous. It's still very tough, for sure, and their champion pools are a little bit unorthodox, as we see here from Clay X, favoring that Jhin almost over most of the traditional tier lists of Zeri, Jinx, and Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think this is because of how much that Sem9 have had to play around mid lane, whether they like it or not. It has always been a question of Lazar, can he hold up in the 1v1? More often than times, it's not. And because of that, they've had to pull support help, they've had to pull jungle assistance in order to keep him afloat. And because of that, you don't want one of these larger hyper carry champions in that bot lane who is really easily exposed. So that's why he's been put on a more utility role. We've even seen the lethality Xayah come out for him, and that's just because he's put in a spot where he doesn't get to play the hyper carry champions because their playstyle is defined by how well Lazar does in the lane phase.
Yeah, Lazar has been going for go fast or go home. LeBlanc coming out, Zoe coming out, Syndra coming out. Sem9 plays a, I would say, completely different meta from everyone else in the PCS. They are our quintessential tempo compositions. I look, it'll be a stretch to say that they've been successful with this comp, but this is definitely what they have drafted for themselves. So Clayx, has to kind of roll with the team, and he's not really going to play many of those hyper carries. Going into the draft phase, we have your usual suspects in Renekton and Zeri on the red side, while Frank Esports has shown some respect for Caspiel's Jarvan. That has been a great engage tool so far in these 2 games he's played.
And Caspiel, the differences between Caspiel and Arashi since Caspiel has come into the roster have really been defined about how much you play around that mid lane. Arashi really took to, hey, if they gank you in the mid lane, I'll just go ahead and invade the jungle and try and get things for myself. However, on the flip side, for Caspiel, it's been, all right, if they are looking to attack you, don't worry. I will spend 2 camps of resources to make sure you are okay in this lane. However, when it comes to this early phase of draft, it is going to be Kurt locking in the Gwen, and for the side of Sem9, they'll take that Jinx pick because of the fact, well, it's been a Karma ban by Sem9. They really don't want to see Kurt on this Karma pick for some reason, because it was such a disastrous Karma game.
It was. It's interesting to see the Karma ban out. Perhaps they have other ideas, maybe knowing Rebirth, potentially playing that one. Enchanter supports are still a thing. Even though it has been mainly Nautilus in the PCS for some reason. On the flip side, Frank Esports is going to go for Holo's, one of his favorite champions, the Hecarim coming in here. He has been pretty much just Xin Zhao, Hecarim spanning, and the Aphelios going down here as well. For Sem9, I will say this is looking like probably their most standard draft of the season just yet. And I have to say, I welcome standard. If you're not able to win with the tempo team comp early, then why not try for something that has a bit more of a chance in the late game?
Yeah, for the side of Frank Esports, I fully expect the bans of Orianna and Syndra to come out, unless if they want to hope for the Syndra falls into their hands. But you really just want to heavy target this mid lane pool, and I think it goes for both sides here. For Sem9, they're looking at the Veigar pick, they're looking at the Victor pick here to target out. And for Frank Esports, it does look like they want to turn their attention onto the support pool instead. So maybe we get to see a Nautilus ban, because if you leave Nautilus here, like for sure Sem9, they were never looking at the Tahm Kench. They were looking at the Nautilus first, because that's just a priority here in PCS.
It does feel like Frank are perhaps contemplating on just full dive. It seems, I totally agree with you, it seems really weird to ban out the Tahm and leave kind of the Nautilus up, unless you're trying to go for like a full engage. But they actually take away Lazar's LeBlanc, so doesn't want to face that 1-2 punch of Xin Zhao and LeBlanc in the mid lane. Sem9 are going to be the ones locking in the Orianna, just as you predicted. Very good call there. There's such a powerful pick in this meta right now, and Frank Esports now have to. Oh, go ahead.
And the big thing here is Lazar has already played 4 games of Orianna. He's not looked particularly well, but Orianna can very easily just be a composition pick. You don't have to perform insanely well if you're able to just play up against a full dive comp where I essentially dub it the Unga Bunga composition, because you're going to easily hit 3-4 man shockwaves every single time. Frank Esports, it feels like they're looking to really quadra double down here for this comp. As okay, it's definitely not the Ivern, even though Ivern mid would be pretty comical. It will be the Kali mid, knowing that, hey, Lazar's not exactly going to hard punish this matchup. Let's get Pretender, yet another big carry champion. And while we haven't seen him impact the early and maybe parts of the mid game as hard, he does play a lot of these champions that do scale up and provide a later game threat.
We have seen the Veigar for him, the Victor for him, so scaling does seem to be the way of the Pretender. In the meantime, we are going to get a Braum rounding out the draft from Sem9, setting the stage for offense versus defense. We've seen so many good Orianna shockwaves going up against dive comps. It really takes the skill out of skill shots. So, you know, if we're not looking at the IDs or like the track record so far, who do you think won the draft here?
I think when you come to a lot of these PCS teams and you identify these as the drafts, a lot of them will be a lot more comfortable with the Frank Esports draft, because it's a lot of aggression that you can facilitate here. However, when it comes to these particular 2 teams, both of these teams have played really slow when it comes to their approach to the game. And I think when it comes, if you look at it in that respect, the lower risk composition feels like it should come out ahead, and that would be the side of Sem9 in that case.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. We haven't really seen Frank Esports try to play in a snowbally fashion,
Mhm.
especially with this type of a team comp. They're much more used to just stalling and kind of placing crowd control for M&M to carry them. So it's trying something different against Sem9. And to be honest, we have seen a lot of teams kind of pull out their B or C strategies against Sem9 to try to practice this on the PCS stage. We'll find out if Frank Esports can make a good impression with this one. I would say that this is much more of a Beyond Gaming or a Meta Falcon composition coming out from them. We'll see if they can pilot it. On the other hand, for Sem9, once again, they don't want to go home winless in the first round. They're hunting for that one. I think this is the best draft that they had probably for the entire season. You know, it's very defined. It has its carries. And like you said, they are going up against an opponent that will allow them to scale.
Yeah, and that will be the name of the game going into this early game, is how does Hollow play the early game on this Hecarim? You know he has Ghost, so he has the ability. Again, it's very similar to that Lee Sin matchup. You're going to farm faster than the Xin, and you can still have relatively good impact on these lanes if you want to gank with the Ghost. So it also plays similarly to the Jarvan, right? You get an early gank, burn their flash, then you come back around at level 6 with your ultimate, and it almost guarantees the kill in that regard. So all eyes on Hollow, and for Sem9, it's kind of the same old story. All eyes on their jungler and be able to put out fires to make sure these scaling carries can hit those scaling breakpoints.
Yeah, very different approach from both teams this time around. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring onto the table. But, you know, going through this in the procedural way that you have so far, it has been a big question for Sem9. The laning phase has been very difficult. We just saw in the stats, you know, bot lane Clayx, on average, down 1,500 gold at 15. So it's going to put a lot of stress onto Caspiel to hopefully hold the hands of his laners, make sure they can make it through, and then smash the opponent with this defensive sort of composition. We're going to head on to the Rift. This is the third game of the day. We're only playing 4 today. It will be very exciting to see if Sem9 can finally get themselves onto the standings.
Yeah, and we already saw CFO did take their first loss, so perhaps that bodes well in that regard for Sem9 fans here, as Frank Esports looking to get to 4 and 5. That would be a big boost in their ability to try and crack the top half of the standings, as it's still a very, very difficult task for that top 5, but it would also create a lot of separation between them and the rest of that bottom half of the league.
Really interesting in the runes coming up here. To follow up on your point, exactly, you know, you talked about this just being a top 5 heavy league, and Frank Esports are just sitting on the doorstep there. They're very close to it. They still have MFD and Impunity nipping at their tails, but with this win, they could definitely propel themselves into a much better position. I do want to take a look at the summoners being selected here. We saw an earlier Ghost and Inferno, and Ignite coming out in the Gwen versus Tryndamere matchup, but a very different setup here from Kerr. What is he looking forward to with the TP and Exhaust here?
He's really just looking to have a combat summoner, but also one that scales well too, right? The Ignite is usually the other choice when it comes to finding a combat summoner and that teleport. But in this case, I like this choice from Kurt, and we've seen that he does make very good strategic decisions when it comes to rune choices, when it comes to summoner spell selection, and when it comes to some of these draft picks as well. But it's been the execution that's come short. And in this game, you know, there's a lot of scaling carries for Sem9. So if you're able to get onto the back line and completely shut one down and kill the other, it really takes the legs out from Sem9 in these team fights.
See if he's going to be able to make that one work out on the side of Kurt. As we mentioned, he has played a lot of different champions, even got his Karma band out, which is kind of interesting. And he's doing quite well in the early game. So far, Caspiel has not shown up on the map just yet. He's still going for his first clear in his red buff. Caspiel is a player that I absolutely adore on Xin Zhao. I've seen him play in 2018 in Singapore, and when he was still on the Kuala Lumpur Hunters, and his Xin Zhao was a thing of beauty. He was diving in all the way. It was no stops. He was building Triforces and making life absolute hell for his opponents. Definitely one of the most aggressive Xin Zhaos that we've seen, and this is a champion that he's actually built a reputation on, so we'll see if he can get something here as he dodges out of the Scryer's Bloom. Is still going to get spotted in the end, but some nifty footwork there, and we do have Hollow just giving over the Scuttle, even though he has a level lead.
Yeah, and it should be a double Scuttle in that regard if they really want it, although Caspiel could get found out here and maybe cut off here by Hollow, but he will hit level 4. So I think that's going to prompt Hollow to go ahead, back off in that instance. And I was going to say it will be a double Scuttle secured for Caspiel, but it will be his bot lane that are going to be able to secure that one. And now Hollow making a just little wave hello into this mid lane. As Pretender, he's actually gone for the Dorn Shield instead of what we saw in our earlier game, of course, with the triple Juju beads, as you call them. But okay, trade up into the top side. It will be okay. Match
is going in, but Kurt is getting those stacks up and dealing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Lazar pushing in Pretender. This is the best laning phase so far we have seen from Sem9, and a team-wide effort as well. We could see our observers just panning across Holo and figuring out all of his camps has been taken. So far, so good for Sem9, even though it looks like it will swing back into Kurt's favor after that trade.
Yeah, able to hold up during the first 5 minutes at the very least for Sem9. They also haven't had to pull their support for an early roam into that mid lane, which is great. That's usually where things have gone south for Clay X in a lot of these games, because he is losing his support early on, looking to accommodate his mid lane, spend 30 seconds to a minute hanging around mid, make sure it's okay, and as a result he has to take those next 1 or 2 waves off. Essentially he's forced to take time off out of his lane, and as a result he'll usually suffer quite a bit. But this time around, it's just going to be a bit of a stroll into the mid lane for his support, and then it should just be Braum coming quickly down back bot.
Extremely aggressive play from Caspiel, trying to find out the position of Holo. He spots him at half HP. Holo will pop back to full after the smite, but the fight is on. This will be a 3v3
level
back
6
and
on
forth.
Lazar.
Holo dodges out on the wind, becomes lightning, Holo's back in,
3v2.
and Kurt is coming in with the needlework. Can they find the first kill? No, first blood over to Lazar and Sem9. A great shockwave.
Good shockwave
onto 2. But the fight is swinging back into the favor. Pretender still looking for that execute. Not going to find it. Kurt jumps over the wall. Can Lazar get out? Pretender flashes in to find the kill. Shurmai going to pick up another. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we have action all across the board. Play X is going to stay alive, but he has to be very careful about those Infernums.
He's going to lose.
Heal is getting used. They're running away from this one. They will get zoned out, but with their lives intact.
We get zoned off, and they will end up losing all those minions. And for the most part, like, immediately when that jungle skirmish happened, that was when Eminem and Rebirth just went in. But it looks like they could look for a turn here. Caspiel's here, but Hollow's quickly behind.
Caspiel has to find his way back to the dual lane. Can he find the kill before this goes through? Caspiel will get the kill. Delia jumps out. And a 1-for-1 trade. Jungle for support here. A pretty even trade. We will take another look at the top lane mechanics here as the 3v3 evolves.
Yeah, and Lazar's here faster, but because of, I feel like, how overly patient he is with this ultimate, while he hits a nice 2-man ultimate here, the kill could have come down onto Hollow that much faster, and the amount of damage he was able to output, I feel like that made this fight a lot closer than what it should have, and it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, which is I think, really just the best opportunity here.
Oh, Lazar dodges out on the ultimate, but
Easy
still gonna
pick.
get pushed in. He's nowhere to go here. Gets a 3-man shockwave, but it's only for looks. He does go down, and I think Pretender's very happy with this game. You know, in terms of the gold trade,
Yep.
Sem9 actually won out on the skirmish, but because of the kill distribution, it's very hard to say that that was actually a net positive for them.
Yeah, it does make this mid game very, very threatening because of how far ahead Pretender is on this Akali pick now. And even more importantly, Lazar doesn't have his flash. So that will be a key summoner, of course, to keep track of approaching this mountain dragon. Of course, he'll have the summoner back up before the dragon spawns, but at the same time, you can certainly imagine Frank Esports really take full advantage of this summoner difference to try and turn that 2 deaths to maybe 3 or 4.
Taking a look at the bottom lane in the meantime, Eminem, they do have the level 6 advantage, and just looking for that chance to go in. Doesn't seem like they're going to find it, as Sem9's bot lane is finally going to tick over to level 6, at least onto Clay X Rebirth, trying to get an angle, does find Felia. Moonlight Vigil goes down, but not enough damage just yet to finish him off, and Sem9 will take this opportunity to go onto Herald. They are spotted. Holo coming in, trying to get the smite down, and will come down to a smite fight. Doesn't matter for the smite necessarily, but Holo will find the steal. Very well done, and now Kurt trying to get the needlework, finds it onto 2. With the chase down, Caspiel has nowhere to go. Pretender goes in with those 3 kills. Caspiel already down. They do find Holo, but it doesn't matter. The real threat is onto Pretender. Shiro Man gonna get the Gwen as well. Double kill. So it will be a 1 for 2. Can Lazar get that shutdown? He's hunting for it. He's willing to take tower shots, but it's not enough damage. Pretender saves his life and keeps that 300 gold bounty away from the enemy.
It almost looked like there was perhaps an opportunity for Pretender to just turn that kill as Lazar tanked that tower, but he decides not to take the opportunity, instead protecting his bounty, which I think makes a lot of sense in that regard. But we get to see the replay on this, as this time around, this Lazar 3-man shockwave does have impact. And I mean, Shiromine just goes to town. This is what Tryndamere does, and you pop that Undying Rage, there's just no response to the crit damage that's going to come out from that giant sword.
Great sustained damage being dealt right there, and Gwen really didn't have much recourse with the needlework used to engage. We're gonna watch Frank Esports just push down this tower. Not a lot that Sem9 could do, but they have a 3-man in position.
On bot lane.
Ooh, yeah, this is gonna get pretty risky.
Lazar's coming though.
Lazar doesn't make it all the way, and now he might find it a little bit difficult, as we have Frank Esports sending a 4-man potentially into the mid lane. Let's see if Pretender is going to go aggressive here. Does get tagged.
They're going to try and force the flash out again.
Oh, it's such a difficult position for him. Holo into the back with Decimating Smash. The flash does succeed, and Shockwave keeps him alive for just a while longer. He dodges out on the snip and keeps himself alive. Well done.
Ooh, Rocket also goes wide, so unfortunately ClayX unable to cash in on a low health Hecarim, but Shiromine once again starts going to town, does Tryndamere things, and this is why PCS Tryndamere has been so frightening.
Shiromine with his dancing shoes bought a lot of time for the rest of his team, and now they find themselves against Frank Esports that have to reset. That's 2 members off of the map, while Sem9 are congregating onto the top side.
That was a good read.
Holo's gonna get spotted out, and this time there's no smite to save him. Caspiel falls up. Oh, gets the smite back and will survive with the extra HP, but how will Kurt get out of this? No exhaust, Wave getting shoved in here. He's gonna have to outplay very hard here in this 4v1. Thoughts and prayers for Kurt, but can he make it out of this? Hollowed Miss is gonna buy a lot of time, does get stunned up. He falls down, Pretender in to try and pick off the kills.
Oh,
they will find the hook! Rebirth with the plays! And that's gonna be a very fed Akali as he goes up to 4 kills.
Oh my lord. If you're looking for a carry performance from Pretender, this has to be it here. 4 kills already tossed into his hands on the Akali. He has a CS advantage. He has the Proto Belt already completed. Now Eminem looking to 1v1.
PlayX, that's not the turn you want to make. Flashes, heals, and stays alive. Last auto attack would have sealed the deal, but he gets to walk out.
Yeah, really nicely done from both AD carries in that play. Eminem taking the aggressive stance, being able to make the play first off, but also ClayX being able to survive. And it feels like that's what we always highlight on ClayX and his ability to try and survive really dicey situations, because he's always put into them due to the nature of his team trying to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, that was so incredibly lucky.
Oh, now we get to see the replay. That hook, boom! It's disgusting.
Beautiful stuff, just coming over the wall, no hesitation. Uses, I believe that was his real flash to get over there, but well done. And they know the name of the game from Frank Esports. We were questioning if they actually knew how to play more of a 1-3-1 composition, but I definitely think they understand the key factor here. It's just to get Pretender fed, so he can dominate those side lanes, especially against someone like Lazar.
Yeah. So far, it's paying off well, and you can also see the bot lane is also naturally ahead here. Eminem having a 20 CS advantage over PlayX. Of course, it helps that they were able to constantly zone them off of minion waves. And now we're going to see if they're able to snowball this gold advantage. So far, it's 2.5k gold, but can they close the deal? Can they find that big fight around third dragon, which is going to be really what this game is going to come down to?
Feels like a battle between two backline killers in Shiromine and Kurt here. Kurt is going to have to leave his tower alone. No help on the way. Meanwhile, Frank trying to look for an equalizing play onto the top side. Doesn't look like they're going to find it just yet, and Sem9 are going to come ahead quite heavily in this play. Good block by Felia. Rebirth throws out the hook. Moonlight Vigil goes down, and unfortunately for Felia, he's not taking enough to survive this. PlayX actually goes forward, nearly gets the play to work, and finds it with the last auto attack. Well done on the bait. Caspiel going in. Eminem finds the double kill, surprisingly. But still gives up his life for it. We have a game here. Sem9 is looking at... they're just looking so much more alive than the previous 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we talked about if the game ever slows down, Sem9 have the ability to try and make some of these plays, and they also have the composition to their advantage, right? We talked about if this ends up being a slow game, they have Jinx, they have Orianna, they have Tryndamere, and I mean, their peel tools are solid in the Braum pick along with the Xin, of course. In this situation, it was a really nice pick coming in and really nice play from Rebirth and Eminem. Rebirth constantly tanking tower, but unfortunately he tanks one too much that gets him low enough to allow for that first reset to come through. At the very least, Eminem able to trade out 1-for-1. He knows he doesn't have summoners, so that's really the best option he has in that moment, and he's able to cash out on that in that regard. Now, Sem9, like, when they get to play call around Caspiel, I feel like Caspiel kind of micromanages them, like, hey, I need you here, I need you here. Then it feels like a slow game benefits them even more, right? Because then you don't get into these hectic situations where players have to decide for themselves. You can always allow then for your jungler to direct traffic.
We do have Caspiel as kind of the veteran member of this team. Has been playing for a very long time. Well-known name in his home country. And we see him on the map leading the charge around with the Orianna ball onto him. So very explosive and decisive team fights coming out from Sem9. There was a bit of a scuffle that we saw on the Herald. Shiromine did have to burn his Undying Rage, but does get out of it. And after the reset, I believe we're going to have another big fight here. It doesn't seem like Frank Esports are going to be able to walk away from this one completely unscathed. Maybe I'm wrong. Despite all the vision there, Sem9 off the reset. are going to decide to go for the Drake instead of contesting this one.
Yeah, if I am the side of some 9, I am very willing to go ahead trade this third dragon for that Herald, because if you do concede this next dragon, it makes your next fight even more forced, where all of a sudden Frank Esports have really all the options available to them. When that 4th dragon will spawn, if they have the first 3, they can go ahead, trade it out for Baron buff, which is still a big win, especially for a tempo comp. You want that Baron buff to try and end the game, but some 9, they're setting up a death push. We'll see if anyone's actually interested in coming to die.
Well, there's a lot of people interested, but I don't think they're coming to die. They're coming to envelop Sem9. Sem9 actually backs out of that one before any of the crowd control can go down, and a big fight is brewing for this third Drake. It will be an Ocean Soul going down. Very valuable for both of these teams here. And this is going to be the first pitch battle that we have in the entire game. No more skirmishes, straight onto the 5v5. Lazar will get spotted out on the banana brush here, but Caspel has that Oriana ball, and he's going directly in onto Holo. Holo dodges out onto the slow, and in goes Rebirth into the backline, gets a triple with the ultimate. Pretender still trying to find an angle. Meanwhile, Caspel getting pretty low, and now Frank Esports do control the river. Well played by Rebirth.
Really slow fight, and it ends up being Frank Esports able to utilize their composition just a little bit better, knowing that there was Pretender just waiting to come in on the backside of that fight. Sem9 go forward, trying to find the engage, but unfortunately the side of Frank Esports play it correctly. They play slow, they go ahead, immediately back off, and all of a sudden Sem9 are like, well, if we commit and go a little bit too far forward, then Pretender just eats up our backline so easily. So that's why they go ahead, back off, and allow Frank Esports to snag their third dragon. So even though Sem9 spent a lot of time trying to set up for a safe dragon take, it ends up being Frank Esports that get the Rift Herald and the third dragon.
No losses whatsoever. Just so well done. You could tell that Sem9 were trying to push things before the flank came in and Pretender was in position. But Frank, they read that correctly. They dangled the tankiest member right in front of Sem9. So Caspiel, he was like, well, I gotta go now, or Akali's coming in, and that target's just not killable for them. Turbo Chem tank gets some move speed, dodges around the abilities. Just beautiful stuff from Frank. I'm really impressed by how they've been handling this team fight so far. You know, they're a 3-5 team, but they're definitely showing up to play and showcasing that they have a lot of these more advanced team fight positionings down very well.
Yeah, and this was the thing about Frank Esports. When we saw this roster come out and with like, hey, they have Pretender coming in from the PSG, they have Eminem. Like, okay,
Eminem
just
going
kidding.
for the straight burst. That didn't really work out. The Caspiel is next on the menu. Pops his Crescent Guard, and they still find the needlework onto ClayX. That was so unfortunate into the back line. Caspiel survives, but his AD carry takes one step too far forward.
A nice little pick there coming in from Frank Esports, and right now the dive is just very, very threatening, and they're really playing well around that dive pressure at the moment, and they're third on Rift Herald. It should be 2 towers, and no health loss on Shelly, which will guarantee this second charge. And we'll see what the defense is coming in from Sem9. Do they go in?
Second tower down, and Sem9 are running away as their opponents have the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Pretender getting in onto Shiromine. They both have 4 kills at this point. Undying Rage already used. Pretender trying to kite this one out and go back in. Oh, that was such a beautiful outplay from Pretender. Keeps 60% of his HP and even flashes the emote.
Yeah, just a lot of patience coming in from Pretender on the Akali. He knows that he has the matchup advantage against Tryndamere. As long as he stays mindful of his cooldowns, Shiromine is going to be forced to expend the Tryndamere ultimates prematurely because of how much burst damage can be possible from a pick like Akali that is so far ahead. And we get to see the replay here. Pretender just has a nice angle, even though 2 levels down, mind you.
Yeah.
But, you know, playing it very well, spaces well. Of course, the vision denial offered by Shroud makes it really hard for a Tryndamere to play through as well, because you need an auto to get your damage out, and vision denial is the best way to stop that from happening.
Absolutely beautiful stuff coming in from Pretender. I don't think a lot of my colleagues would have went into that one down 2 levels and been as confident as Pretender was able to play that one. Love to watch that.
Going back to my point, well, we might see a fight break out, but like Frank Esports, we knew mechanically they weren't too far behind in comparison to a lot of these PCS teams. It was really just the fact that because it was whipped up, this roster was whipped up so late, they had a whole lot of synergy issues. You weren't sure how they'd actually be able to play the game early on, and it feels like now, week 3, it seems a little bit late, but you still have this full second round robin to try and redeem yourself and make your way back up the standings, and it's starting to look like they're set up for a really nice second half of the split.
That's really on you, Frank. Why didn't you build this team a little bit sooner? You could have bought in the spot a lot.
I'm a procrastinator. What can I tell you, Clement?
All right, so we're going to come back as we have an interesting split on the map. The Drake is about to come up, and it looks like Sem9 do not want to split these objectives. They are going straight for the Baron. It is getting spotted out, but as we see here, Pretender does not have a teleport. He's going to have to make it on foot. Sem9 are deciding to turn back around
stalling.
as Rebirth doesn't get the Hex Slash over the wall, is going to die. But that means, effectively, it was 1 kill for the Ocean Soul.
Yeah. That was clearly going to be the plan coming in from Frank Esports that entire time is, hey, make sure they aren't going to burst down the Baron buff, because yes, they haven't necessarily hit all their scaling points, but they still have a 2-item Jinx, and she does do a decent amount of damage at this point onto an objective like Baron, especially when you do have the 2.5 items on the Tryndamere. Oh, he's
going to find cast build. That was incredibly easy. Moves on to the second target. Going to go underneath the tower with the Ocean Soul. Might even be thinking about staying here a little bit longer. And these trades are very one-sided for Frank. Sureline, he has to find something back here. The rest of his team is kind of falling apart, but he doesn't get the clean solo, as Holo absolutely does not honor duels, is just going to kill him. And it just looks
hey, what do you know? They're at Baron.
Yeah, that sequence of events for Sem9 did not pan out. They weren't that far behind before this play, but after 3 disastrous trades, they are very far away from even now.
Yeah, and with that Ocean Soul, it's almost impossible for the side of Sem9 to get back into this game because there's going to be so much healing. I would say even if Sem9 were the ones to secure themselves the Ocean Soul some way, somehow, like Frank Esports are still overloaded in burst damage, that it wouldn't have been a immediate knock on like, hey, we can now win this. But on the flip side, because it's a more slow and steady damage, elongated fights for the side of Sem9, this Ocean Soul is just so devastating.
It definitely is, and they do have that composition where we see a lot of 1-3-1 as Pretender is doing here. He can't be stopped. I don't think any combination of 2 members can take down Pretender at this point. He's 6-1-1, 700 gold bounty, 3 completed
Shadow
items
Flame
with Ocean Soul.
Yeah, the other thing is just having Shadow Flame and Sork Shoes. You don't have any resistances coming out if you are the side of Sem9. And the issue is, again, like, yes, you have some defensive stats built up, but defensive stats don't get you kills against Ocean Soul. So once more, I question the validity of something like an early Zonia's on the Orianna. You're really just playing too much for KDA at this point, and that's not what's going to get you back into the game.
Yeah, I think they definitely need a little bit more damage to have a decisive team fight and maybe get things back into their favor. As we do see Sem9 now venturing forward onto the map, at least trying to catch out Frank Esports, get some proactive plays going. But Frank, I don't think they're going to let this opportunity go. In comes Kurt. Nautilus ult goes down into the back line. Holo gets decimating smash onto Caspiel. Caspiel is surviving a long time, and they might be able to turn this one around. Clayx already down, though. Aphelios with the two-man kill on the Moonlight Vigil, and only Sherman is left alive. He goes as well. Not a perfect ace, but close enough for Frank Esports. They only lose Rebirth, and they are marching forward towards the victory.
A fairly clean ace. It's not perfect, of course, as they did drop one, but 28 minutes into the game, you have Cannon and Wave coming in. This should be enough to go ahead and finish this game. So Frank Esports, they'll move themselves up to 4 wins and really pull position for the bottom half of the standings.
Yeah, they are gaining on like the top 6. This will break their lose streak as well, so good signs from Frank. In the meantime, Sem9, this has been their first round robin, and they have to live with a 0-win first half of the split. Hopefully they will find better luck and better momentum in the second half. You know, this game was odd because I felt like Sem9 actually had a pretty decent advantage in the early phases of the game. We're gonna have to mention that a little bit later as we take a look at the last engage.
Yeah, and while it looked good because of how long Caspiel was able to stall out the fight, but look at the back, like Clayx, he's instantly dead. That's 90% of their damage because this Orianna just doesn't do damage with the Zhonya's. Again, like, he went for Zhonya second. He's going to be very safe, but safe isn't going to cut it if you need that one fight. If you're ahead and you're trying to protect the lead, that's when Zhonya's makes a lot more sense. But they're so far behind, like, you need to provide a secondary threat besides your Jinx, because if your Jinx dies, that's exactly what happens.
We have seen a lot of players in this position just kind of stop at the stopwatch and try to build into just finish off the Void Staff to make sure they have enough oomph in that situation. I just want to ask you, where do you think this game really went awry for Sem9? They were actually pretty decent in the early game. We saw Caspiel was able to herd people around the map with that kind of Orianna combo, but then in kind of a split second, it just seemed like completely gone from their hands.
Yeah, it looked really good for Sem9, right? You get a bunch of kills onto your Tryndamere, your Orianna isn't that far behind, your bot lane's doing, you know, they're surviving, but the issue really stemmed from the fact that once Pretender got going on the Akali pick, there wasn't any tools to stop the Akali from deterring the Akali from getting onto that backline, because Caspiel was always put in a position where he had to be the frontline champion, and the Braum wasn't doing enough work. As I felt like the Braum pick ended up playing more for his Xin rather than his backline.
Yeah, we didn't get that sort of defensive posturing a lot of the times because Pretender was just so good at finding flank angles that Braum just didn't seem to matter here. It's a very interesting game. You know, Sem9 definitely held their own in the early game, but mid-game, Frank came to play. Frank really had all of the positioning down, the side lane split pushing down, and I'm so excited for Pretender going into the second half of the season here. You know, I think the first half was very, very quiet. We saw Victor and Veigar, which honestly not a lot of players are playing. And then he swaps over to this new assassin side that we saw this game, which maybe it's only my personal appetite, but I kind of like it.
I think that's your play-by-play speaking.
It is. It definitely is. Like, he's been great on the mages, but I like it when he's playing a 1-3-1 and he has a little bit more agency. I feel like he was too chained to Eminem in the kind of like the previous style, where Frank was playing like the slowest game time and just trying to protect your AD carry. We have seen from this game at least that they can play a few more styles.
Yeah, I think part of that is due to they probably didn't figure out their communication structure. So transitioning out of some of these compositions or trying to figure out how to move around the map is just a lot simpler when you can just go, okay, we just scale up and then we'll find that one fight. Hopefully we win it. And then we can just go to Baron and kind of end the game from there. But it didn't really pan out, unfortunately. But I think they figured out how they want to play the game now, and they have a flow going. And you can kind of see that in this particular game. Yes, it was against M9, probably not exactly the most macro-oriented team to put you on the back foot, but it's still progress nonetheless. And we need to see more of this when we go into the second half.
Yeah, for sure. We're just waiting for the damage numbers to come up and the MVPs to go through. There's a lot of good candidates. I feel like Pretender is definitely going to be the easy one. I just want to show some love to Rebirth because those team fights were really nasty. Like flash over the wall, instantly getting Pretender the kill, and just using the Nautilus ult to start off the chain events of the last team fight were pretty beautiful. You can see that maybe he is here to stay.
Yeah, and we can sort of see why a lot of these teams are picking this Nautilus now, because unlike a Leona, you bring the target closer to you. Unlike a Thresh, you are going to be a little bit more durable when you look for these initiations as well. So it's kind of a middle ground between Leona and Thresh, and at the same time, if the other team is really grouped up, you're going to get these nice multi-man ultimates with your ult.
Oh, that ultimate that he got the death charge on the third Drake, that was chef kiss. I think he got a 4-man death charge with that, and that basically broke all the momentum Sem9 had, forced them up into a ramp, and gave them a free Drake, the most critical Drake of the game. So yeah, I really like what Rebirth has been showing from us, and he's definitely kind of the highlight player coming out from Frank. I feel like K2, he was very impressive on an AD carry perspective. I'm not sure if the swap back to support has kind of caught him flat-footed, but so far I do see Rebirth continuing to get this starting role on Frank Esports, as we get to take a look at some of these damage numbers here. Holo doing great on this tank. Caspiel doing a lot of damage on that Zin's out for his team. Quite surprising that he's able to get that much damage out. And in the meantime, Pretender and Eminem still able to hold down the fort for Frank, as we have the MVP, no surprises, going over to that Akali.
Pretender on this Akali was just definitely not fake. He was absolutely not fake, because he really went to town, almost pulling a 30% damage share from an assassin standpoint is pretty nuts, because of course you are more single target oriented. You're trying to finish off one target at a time, whereas AD carries, sometimes they just output millions of damage because they're hitting multiple targets with either AoE strikes or, or Runans, I suppose, would be the other option. But you tend to see larger damage shares from control mages as well, because of that AoE aspect as well.
Great 5v4 that Pretender was able to impose on the enemy team, always getting someone right before any of the games there. And that's going to be the first round for some of these teams here, but don't go anywhere, as we're going to come back with Impunity versus Hurricane Gaming to close out the week.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst. birds lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling on gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling on gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors, birds lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new high. We are traveling on gravity, reaching the horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling on gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling on gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a rhythm in touch the sky, travel to the stars.
Welcome back to the PCS. In our closing game of the day, we have a battle between two county fair food favorites in Oreo and Taco, as we have Hurricane Gaming versus Impunity coming up so far. Before we dive into the matchup, a big thank you to our sponsors in CTBC Bank and Caliber, and of course to our organizers, Garena, Carry Live, and of course Riot Games. So in this one, we have a lot of different chips for both of the sides here, and I don't mean food stakes. We have Impunity. If they win this matchup, they will actually move over to 6th place, just one spot shy beyond the top 5, overtaking MFT with the head-to-head. And for Hurricane Gaming, they want to prove that they can beat more teams than just Sem9. So this one definitely has a lot going for both teams.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Hurricane Gaming, you would be a lot more comfortable at your chances of playoffs if you do get the second win in the first half of the split. And I mean, on the flip side, for Impunity, it means a lot more to try and climb up further up the stands or up the standings. And this squad has, I feel like it plays almost similarly to Sem9 with its teams or with its team composition. Faith has been a bit of a liability when it comes to the mid lane, but contrary to Sem9, they've had those macro movements and being able to move around the map effectively. The issue for them has really been some of these minor mistakes that really blow up in their face, like getting caught out once and then all of a sudden everyone's starting to get caught out. It's really they live life on a razor's edge, because the moment they step across or fall off that edge, they really tumble very quickly.
For sure. Impunity has been struggling just a little bit. Macro-wise, they looked fine. Moving on to Hurricane Gaming, ICU in the top side. Alia, our county fair favorite. I love fried Oreos. They're so good. And of course, our mid laner coming over in Cha-Cha, and the bot lane of Bangtu and Enhao, rounding out the same composition. These guys have showcased very interesting strats, I would say, but haven't had the best of successes.
Yeah, this is also a team that lives life on not the edge, but on the coin flip. Really, it's all about Alia and how he tries to set up the map. His big carry in this squad, of course, is ICU. We got to see him play his namesake Irelia to not so great effect because of how Alia was shut out of the game, but that will be our comparison in this particular game. For the side of Hurricane Gaming, they for sure will go ahead ban away that Tryndamere. That's really not a question, as they have not shown themselves to pick it up. And for the side of Impunity, we're not going to see the Jace, just because ICU, he loves that Jace way too much. So top lane, when it comes to carries outside of the jungle, that's going to be the lane to focus on.
I have to agree with you. Both of these guys love their fighters. But in terms of jungle pressure, it does seem like Quiet might be getting a bit of an edge here. ICU, we've seen him in so many 1v2 positions. I think he's a great player, but unfortunately not able to showcase it all that much. He has a tall task ahead of him, and just paying homage to this guy, he somehow has a positive gold lead despite the entire team losing. So that's just how good he is when he's playing under like a microscope at all times and having to deal with those 1v2s. I'm super excited about these two facing head-to-head.
Yeah, and I mean, ICU, it really just comes down to what he has around him, right? His mid lane isn't necessarily gaining a lot of threats, so a lot of teams don't worry about the mid lane. They aren't really worried about the bot lane either, while Bang2 has shown that he's quite serviceable on some of these AD carries. Really, a lot of times, and how ends up getting caught out of positions where he shouldn't be. They end up having to move Enhao to elsewhere on the map to try and shore up either mid lane pressure or try and help out top lane. So Bang2 is really left on an island by himself, and as a result, like, what are you gonna do? the only threat if you're the opponents is just to throw everything at ICU, shut him down, the one big carry potential, and then with that, the game naturally kind of just falls away.
Yeah, that has been exactly what we've seen from Hurricane Gaming. Mid-jungle, very inconsistent. Bang 2 has a killer instinct for sure in team fights, but the duo overall has not been having great laning performances. So that does throw a lot of pressure into ICU, even though he's actually been somehow to come out of his lane quite consistently ahead. I think he's been doing a great job there. He isn't allowed to play out those 1v1s. And unfortunately, that's what fighters are born for. They're born for the duels, and the enemy team just gets to play 2v1 and camp his lane. So that's kind of Hurricane's issues right now. I think against Impunity, we will see better performances from their bot lane, better performances from their mid lane. I do expect these lanes to kind of be freed from their laning phase trappings, and hopefully this matchup will be less about just who dominates who in the first 15 minutes and can be more about the creativity that we have seen from these two comps.
Yeah, creativity is sort of the name of the game. When it for Impunity, it comes down to how they approach the map. They're very good with their macro movements, of course. And for the side of Hurricane Gaming, their creativity comes through some of these draft phases. Of course, no one's playing Jace in the PCS, so ICU has the advantage there. No one's really playing Irelia, so that's another pick you have to watch out for. And then you also have the weird curveball picks coming from Alio, being a former mid laner. He has brought out the Echo in the jungle, and in that bot lane we've seen some stranger things like the Ziggs Trundle bot lane that we saw yesterday.
Hey, that's not so strange if you're talking about last year's meta. But I agree with you. I feel like for Hurricane Gaming, they have a very clear identity in trying to burst down targets rather than try to fight these sustained, I would say, more positional team fights. What we've seen from Bane 2 has been like the Halo Blades Tristana, the Twitch, and from Alio, you have these like high burst champions. Like, he doesn't build tank on Hecarim. He's going for the Divine Sunder, and he's going to all damage Echo. So they know what they want to play, but I think in terms of the early game, it doesn't allow them to actually develop those strategies because they just fall too far behind in terms of the laning phase. That's kind of what we've seen from Hurricane.
Yeah, and usually when I look at the opponents for these teams, I go ahead and say, all right, well, this mid lane, usually you're able to take advantage of this mid lane matchup for either of the opponent's squads. However, in this particular matchup, with both of these mid laners being a little bit of a void, I'm looking for Faith to be the one to step up, to have a good game, because we've seen him against both MFT and Sem9. He was able to get a good lane phase, and he's been able to perform when he's had a good lane phase. On the flip side, we haven't necessarily seen that from Chacha.
It's definitely true. Faith's Yasuo actually stuck with me for quite a while. Even though he wasn't able to get ahead in the laning phase, it's kind of just sometimes RNG kill distribution. But he was able to play the team fights with such ferocity and always using his wind walls and the correct moments right there. So I do expect Faith to give us more of those kind of assassin type champions. And I feel like Chacha might be going there as well, as he does seem to form a natural duo, both being in person in Shanghai with Alio.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come down to some of these smaller team synergies to try and make the difference in this particular game. We do have we do have a cat, yes. So
small cat. So just since you mentioned it,
cat on stream, always a plus. It appears that we're in a bit of a slower period as we wait to get into game, so we have time to take a bit of a cat nap in the discussion. But yeah, looking at these teams, it should be fun because of how mechanics shouldn't necessarily be that large of a difference this time around, unlike in a lot of their other losses.
All right, it's time to put your money where your mouth is and give me your predictions.
I mean,
Hurricane? Is it going to be the Oreo or is it going to be the taco? That's the real question.
It has to be the healthier, slightly healthier option, right? In taco.
Slightly healthier. Okay, how about this? I deep fry the Oreo and make it a true American style county fair food.
I mean, it's really tempting. And I feel like for a one-off, it's good, but too much of it is. You have 5 of them, and man, that really goes through your system, and you just can't move the rest of the day.
Hey, come on! Nobody puts Oreos on top of the food pyramid, okay? We're just talking about like preferences. So, but basically, what I'm getting for you is that you do expect Impunity to still win out in this matchup. Maybe because of that. I feel like they are a little bit more disciplined when it comes to map movements. That for sure
Absolutely.
is something. Yeah. Hurricane Gaming, how they strike me as is like their instant communication is definitely just kind of lacking, and I can understand that when you're trying to play with ping and sometimes packet loss. So it seems like if you just surround Hurricane Gaming and then you just try to like tear them in 2 directions, they just kind of come apart. And then Cha-Cha's usually the one like on the sideline. He's like, oh, wait a minute, you guys backed out? You guys are going in, and you just get gobbled up on the side. And that's kind of how like the games usually go. So if Impunity are smart enough, that's kind of the bad thing about Impunity as well, because sometimes they have to play on different pings too. But we'll find out as we finally get into the game. We had a short pause right there, but thank you very much for your patience. We're gonna go through the ban picks here. It is the Tryndamere, like you mentioned, away from Quiet, and of course Zeri gonna get banned out on red side. For Impunity, we see the Akali taken away and Xin Renekton. Pretty common bans, leaving just the last one here for Hurricane Gaming. Let's see what they're gonna do here. A lot of strong picks for Impunity. They love their Jinx play.
Could be the Gwen, the Jinx.
Nothing. Huh. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We just got word from our producer. They actually just missed the ban. Timed out. They didn't ban anything.
Clement, it's because there's so many left available. They decided if we just leave them all up, we'll get 2 ourselves.
All right, let's see if these 2 picks are worth it. I'm gonna be so surprised if they just go for something that's like completely outside the meta. We had some weird stuff coming from Hurricane, like Twitch Lulu lanes. We saw the Gnar being selected as a counter pick. We're gonna start off with the Karma. Let's see where this goes.
If this gets locked in, I'm fully expecting a Hecarim to come right here. There's no way you just lock in Karma like that without really defining what you're going to play with it. It could be something like an Ezreal. Bank 2, I think his Ezreal looks really, really nice, and it fits how they want to play. But it does feel like the Karma comes too early regardless. And for this next pick, I also fully expect Jace to just get locked in here for ICU, as you want to secure him a good matchup before it gets banned and taken away from you in that second phase.
Totally agree. Would also add to that sort of poke composition. I just want to say, after seeing the Karma and Ezreal, that was definitely just a misban. It wasn't a let's leave everything on the table type of ban for sure. Not really contested champions whatsoever. Impunity gonna go for the 1-2 punch of Gwen and Jinx. I checked our stats, so nobody has been able to. Only one game was Gwen and Jinx on the first red side rotation, but whoever got Gwen and Jinx on blue side, round 1 and round 2, has just gone on to win the game. So the stats are definitely on Impunity's side here. Hurricane Gaming, though, is going to end up with the Jace. That was a great call from Nightstar.
I mean, ICU, he just loves this Jace pick, and he's showcased himself to be very proficient on this Jace pick. And it's also a pick that can carry games because you hit multi-man shockwaves or accelerated shock blasts, and it really just decimates the backline. And that's the only tool they really have to utilize against something like this Jinx, who does outrange them or will outrange their front line. So they're playing the range battle here at the moment, so it's not a bad look from draft, but we need to see how it performs in the second phase when they really round out their composition.
Yeah, like the Diana being banned away, it's very deadly against Poe comps. For Impunity, I'm rather surprised that they're just hard targeting all of these junglers. Alio has a lot of experience playing with this Olaf. He had a previous jungler that played basically only Olaf. So you would be comfortable with that one, but they are going to lock in the Rise first for Cha-Cha. Should be very comfortable on this one of his most played. And I do think with the root, it can play a sort of disengage or repositioning with the Realm Warp for the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Impunity have to decide on probably stacking a little bit more engage, and they are going to go with the Scion. Haven't seen this pick in quite a while, and we know there are some interesting ways to play this Scion. We'll see if it happens. Faith now deciding on what to go with. He has played a lot of tempo champions. We have mentioned the Yasuo, and he does have a knack for kind of these fighters or assassins.
He's also played the Ahri pick before, so it's not surprising that he would go ahead and lock that one in. For the side of Hurricane Gaming, the Rise pick makes a lot of sense in the fact that they are lacking a little bit of engage. If they wanted to take a more defensive approach, I would have suggested something like the Syndra. However, they've kind of identified, hey, we want something that can go forward, even though it runs a little bit contrary to the first half of their draft, with the Jace, with the Ezreal, with the Karma, and then they go ahead round it out with the Olaf. This also very expected because of the fact you want some sort of frontline-ish champion. Hopefully we get to see the Ghost come out from the Olaf, as there's not exactly a whole lot that he's flashing over. Maybe he's trying to get over these Flame Chompers from Blaze, but I would much rather see a better scaling summoner with the Ghost to be able to try and have a lot more impact early on and also chase down some of these targets.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I definitely agree with you that, like, when in terms of chase down, it's better with the Ghost. But then I look at Jace and Ezreal and I'm just like, I'm not sure how often he's gonna be chasing people now. It feels like the rest of the team is just gonna be like, oh, Alio, good luck. Go chase him down.
I mean, at least with the Ghost, you run fast while you're doing it, you know?
That's also true. That's also true.
And it's not like he has to contend with a Jarvan ultimate, which would be the big reason why I would really want that flash. Is like, okay, if Jarvan ults me, I'm kind of just doomed with Ghosts running around in circles in a Cataclysm. But in this case, he doesn't have a ton of those things to navigate, at least terrain wise, and his ultimate is going to provide that CC inability to be CC'd for him to charge some of these backline targets.
For sure. Olaf, it seems like an old alpha and now Hurricane Gaming kind of crutch pick. This is something they know how to play with. They've had great success on relative to their normal play. In the meantime, taking a look at Impunity's comp, I just adore this Scion pick. This Scion pick, it fits so well into the composition of what they want to do, how they want to counteract the enemy team. It soaks damage, and it also engages for you. Kind of a rare pick in the PCS, but definitely a great one.
Yeah, and it's such a nice pivot as well because you early picked the Gwen as the first pick of the draft, and then you go ahead, hold on, and just say, hey, you know, you go ahead, double ban us in the jungle. That's too bad because we'll just move this Gwen into the jungle role. Taco very comfortable on carry champions, of course, and now, like, you get a solid matchup with the Scion in the top lane. Certainly not exactly like an insane matchup for Scion, but he's able to survive, and that's really the key thing because you want to play around this Jinx.
Love that Hurricane Gaming are already playing with purpose right out the gate. Stacking up S4, trying to get a catch. Very common when you see this sort of Karma Olaf setup. But Impunity seem wise to the shenanigans. They had one person standing Pingwei in the bottom side brush, and they also have this inner tribe warded. So Impunity have done their due diligence. It looks like Hurricane Gaming might be still opting for a late invade. This could be very deadly because Impunity are all here. They're still going in after.
They're committed. This is a 4-man knockup. Oh, just kidding.
They only got the one man, but that's a huge loss as Alio has to walk back to his own jungle.
At the very least, it's not gonna impact Alio too much. The big thing is, because you already killed Enhao, you know bot lane isn't going to be able to get priority. Well, actually, because, I mean, Alio's starting bot side, so maybe it doesn't have an impact, because you're not going to look for a late invade to try and punish a low health bar Olaf. However, it does mean Taco's saying, hey, we'll just sneak away this top half of the map and steal away what we can up here.
Yeah, very well done there. They had the wards early in the enemy jungle, so they know where Alio has started. But Cha-Cha is going to try and stop this one.
Good
Taco is
board.
level 2, though. This could be a fight brewing on our hands. Cha-Cha will force a little bit of damage onto Taco. Taco does get the smite down.
They could
it
probably
will just
turn for
evolve
this.
into a 3v3.
Wait!
A preemptive flash from ICU. He catches out. Taco takes him down, and the fight is on. Alio going in with the ghost. Will slow down Faith, and ICU picks up another one. Hurricane Gaming rebound from a terrible start.
And man, what a massive win there, because of the fact that, yes, Taco got first blood, but what were the consequences of that first blood? Really nothing. You just die there, but Taco doesn't get a chance to spend that money, so he doesn't have the extra damage stats to, you know, clear faster or do more damage when it comes to just fighting champion to champion. And he's on the red buff the entire time. Cha-Cha's not worried about the damage turning onto him, and ICU, he's just too big brain. He flashes over to the wall knowing Taco's coming over. I think he was hoping for a chance to just punt him back towards his team, but it doesn't matter because he's on the right side. And Faith, with this Ahri pick, not very good early on. You don't have the levels for when your orb really starts doing damage, so he just kind of is there to die.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Faith trying to save his teammate right there. ICU gets every last bit of damage, gets a shock blast before the flash, and then goes down to chase down for the kill. That was beautiful, and this is why I love watching ICU. You know, I've made it very clear. I think the rookies to watch this split are Criscata and ICU. Those are the two names you want to know if you want to pay attention to who are the potential talents that are up and coming in the PCS so far, showcasing some good performances. In the meantime, Cha-Cha, who has had lane control, is going to be poking in. I believe he does spot Taco out here as the pings do go down from both sides. He's dropping a ward right on top of Taco, though. That one is going to be a little bit hard to defend. He will have some help from Alio.
Alio's still level 3. Oh my god. He's going to run straight down.
Nearly going down, but Pingwei might be going down first. Now Blaze has to run away, holding on to his flash. He will take the undertow, but so far is fine, and Taco will make sure that his AD carry survives.
Taco with a nice play to try and answer back. And, I mean, with the second kill not going down, that's actually really, really nice there for the side of Impunity, although Hurricane Gaming or Alio able to get that Scuttle Crab means he is able to hit level 4 and he goes straight onto this dragon. I think Ocean Dragon is probably one of the harder hitting dragons here, so that's why he needs his team to come over to help out. Otherwise, he would have executed to PvE once again.
Yeah, that slow is definitely one of those things that really hurts Olaf early on. It kind of wants his passive, so we're going to take another replay of that scuffle into the bot lane. It was a straight up 2v2 to begin with, but the target focus being a little bit better here from Hurricane Gaming as they kite out into the full minion wave. Baitu goes over. Baitu was about to let Blaze go, but thinks better about it. Stops hitting the minions, goes forward, nearly gets the kill, but doesn't get the flash in the end there. As we come back, it does look like blue was still secured on the side of Hurricane Gaming.
Yeah, some really nice play coming in from the Hurricane bot
pops
side.
the ultimate,
Okay.
wants to go for the kill. He does have the ignite already, but I can't find the last decimating smash. Good from ICU.
ICU able to get out of there. Feels good for him, and of course he has the first strike, so he's trying to farm up as much gold as possible in this situation. And how now making a roam over the mid lane, allow Cha-Cha to get that reset off without any consequence, as he is really out of mana. So and how making a nice little roam there, knowing that bot lane is probably not really going to come under threat. And I mean, for Impunity, when they took that bot lane trade, it was really just a mismanagement of the waves, right? They just take so much damage, or Pinway does, from the extra minions that were coming in, and because of where he's fighting so far forward, they don't get the help from their minions.
Yeah, and he's not running Aftershock, going with the Glacial Augment instead. Very good at catching people out, not so good when you have to face tank. So we have the level 6 spike coming in from Bang 2, and you can see Blaze instantly backing off. That's definitely a one-shot potential, as he doesn't have the heal there. And Quiet in the meantime, no surprises from him. He's going to go for a more standard build, of course. We all wanted to watch some, I would say, more interesting Scion builds, but this is definitely the more... Exactly. I love the lethality Scion build. It's so funny, and it's actually been proven to work even in High Challenger. I will say, though, the tank build is definitely more fitting for the composition, especially against the poke.
It's a lot more consistent, too.
Yes.
As it's really fun to see the Scion all kind of one-shot backline targets, but the consistency you get is not always there.
But why would you need consistency if you can one-shot?
Well, that is true. You just need that one. It's essentially just needing that one shock blast coming in from Jason determined fight. As long as you hit that one ultimate. But it looks like we're gonna have that one team fight early on.
It's a good surround coming in from Hurricane Gaming. Quiet already taking a little bit of damage. They're just waiting for the go button here. Surround is down, and Hurricane Gaming are not going to let Impunity leave. Undertow goes through. Alio pops the Ragnarok, going in onto Taco. ICU in the meantime dodges away from most of the damage, flashes out. The first kill goes over to Hurricane Gaming. I believe the Herald does as well. Impunity trying to make their grand escape. ICU going in for a little bit more damage, but gets stunned up and goes Impunity forward. Will he survive? The charm lands. ICU does go down, but the rest of the team is able to take just a little bit more. It ends up being another just trade there, probably in favor of Impunity if I have to call that one. In the meantime, Blaze and Bang 2 having a bit of a scuffle, and Impunity actually are the ones to secure the Herald. Excuse me, I thought that Alio might have been able to steal that one.
Yeah, it ends up going in favor of Impunity. They get themselves the Rift Herald, and they trade evenly when it comes to kills. They even get an extra plate down in that bottom lane. We'll go ahead and watch that replay here, as it's just a split focus coming in from both of these teams. However, one target has a way to run out, and that is ICU, whereas the other target has to run, or he's just stuck in the pit. However, the side of Hurricane Gaming, once more, they show that there is communication issues with this squad, right? Because ICU, he knows that they can push for more. The rest of his team are kind of settling for less in that moment, and it isn't until ICU overcommits that they're going, oh, okay, we should probably join this play as well.
Yeah, that was a weird sequence. I felt like ICU chasing in, they would only get more kills if Impunity misplayed. As we do see ICU continuing to bait Quiet in. Taco might be the victim instead, though. We do have Pingwei moving up here as well, unspotted. So, oh, they actually do know about Pingwei here. Oh, well, both supports coming up. Taco trying to make an escape. Realm Warp is going down. Big thing is about Faith. He misses everything, and now Taco is rooted up. He just dies, unfortunately, right there. Cha-Cha's damage goes through without a hiccup, and wow, that was rather unfortunate. Now Blaze might find himself a kill onto ICU. Ult goes down, nowhere for ICU to go, and they do equalize at the very least.
Yeah, misplay coming in from ICU as he gets a little bit too antsy over at his tower, doesn't concede that turn, and instead wants to fight it out, try and salvage what he can, and unfortunately he just dies for free in that instance. He will get a Inferno Dragon for him, for his squad though, I suppose, but it's still all in all, like, Impunity are still finding the trades, which is exactly what we kind of highlight from this team. They will take what they are given. And for Hurricane Gaming, you know, we finally get to see them get a lead during the early phase. Can they continue to push that lead? That will be the question.
We do have the intensive care unit set up here by Impunity. They are going to give ICU a lot of love, a lot of company, and it's down to Hurricane Gaming to really make a counter-strike. We finally have Cha-Cha and Aliel here. They will back up ICU. Let's see if they can get the Herald beforehand. Faith goes in, but unfortunately doesn't land the charm. That's bad news for Penguins. I don't think he's making it out of this one.
Yeah, and the chase is actually really nuts over on the side of Hurricane Gaming, right? You have the speed up coming in from the Karma. This is why Karma is such a nice pick over something like a Nautilus, is that while Nautilus can generate a pick for you, if the fight doesn't go well on that initial engage, like, you're 100% dead. And the Karma just punishes that squad very easily, because then everyone else is almost overcommitted as well. So the chase is going to come out, and now
we have
we're
Quiets
see...
revving up from halfway across.
Here's the drift,
and they find the needlework. They don't get the stun down, but it still will be a kill. Pretty cool nonetheless. I love it when Scion players are willing to just start the roar and just charge down the river. Like, because as an enemy, you hear that sound effect from very far away. That's just the confidence Quiet has in making sure that kill is secured.
Absolutely, and that's the big benefit of having a Scion, right? Is that you do have that long-range engage power coming in from that ultimate, and against really a squad that doesn't have a defined tank, that's going to be very helpful. So that's why they drafted this into their composition, but now bot lane could come under threat for the side of Impunity.
A 3-2 developing right here. Looks like Impunity want absolutely none of it. They back off, handing over the tower. Again, it's all focused on ICU. ICU, I would say, definitely has seen better days. I think he should have seen Quiet. Oh, well, now he sees him for sure, and he's just trying to clear out the wave, try to find the 1v1 while Quiet cannot interfere. Does do a lot of damage, and Quiet does not find the slow, so ICU actually outplays. Well done.
Yeah, very well done from him. Gets himself extra gold as well, of course, with the first strike, you know, so he essentially gets 2 or 3 bonus minions from that trade. As we are going to see, of course, tower plates. It's really a flip of sides for both of these teams, and because they were able to trade somewhat evenly with the plating, it means that Impunity has been able to keep this gold lead relatively close too.
I would venture to say that this is probably the most cohesive game we've seen from Hurricane Gaming. They've won their team fights, they've done well in their skirmishes, and now they have another chance to prove that to us as they are on top of the Herald. Impunity trying to fly in, Faith going into the back line. Can he find the charm this time? Aliel will pick up the Herald. Faith still waiting for a chance to go in. He finally does pop over the wall, doing a lot of damage, but in the meantime, Cha-Cha picks off Pingwei, who thought Ari was on the top side. This is a little bit scattered from both sides. We do get a kill from Blaze. He's going to get excited. Cha-Cha walking around the roof again. Double kill to Blaze. He's going to clean this one up. He's so low, but he does fall down in the end. Bang 2. Now with the Conqueror fully stack up, finds himself in a solo versus Faith, but he gets help from the Quiet Zombie, and that's going to be an ace for Impunity.
Oh, Clement, I don't want to see the replay, but we need to see the replay to see how that happened, how that fight actually happened, because for the longest time, Faith takes the Hex Gate over behind the Dragon Pit, and he essentially waits for half the fight to be over before he decides it's time to fight. Because we get to see him go over the gate. He's kind of just stuck waiting, and then when he goes in, he charms, and I mean, conveniently, Aliel actually sidesteps, and it hits a much better target than the Olaf, but it's just pandemonium, right? It's just absolutely bedlam inside this Rift Herald fight because no one really knows what they're doing, and I think that really benefits Hurricane Gaming. Yes, they come out 1 kill down, but if everyone doesn't know what they're doing, that will benefit Hurricane Gaming, who really haven't known what they've been doing this entire split.
That is probably the most difficult concept for my brain to like wrap around. Like if neither team are playing well, then Hurricane Gaming is doing. Oh well. However, we do have Impunity that is now grouping up in the mid lane. They're going to push this tower down with or without any minions here. In the meantime, we have top tower trade, just putting even more gold into Cha-Cha's hands there. And I thought it was kind of weird because I actually felt like Hurricane Gaming won that. Like, Faith took so long to engage. Yep. He actually juked Pingwei into his death because Pingwei thought that Ari was still on the top side. And then Enhao just face checks into a brush. Like, it was really weird because I feel like Hurricane Gaming should have came out so far ahead of that fight. They don't. Impunity take the mid lane tower instead. Now Faith walks himself into a 2v2. Let's see if they can take the fight the entire way. Faith does know what he's doing. He gets the kill. Taco with Conqueror's charge up is going to get another one. And Impunity has officially came out of the mud. They are the kings of the Rumble. They're getting up on their feet, and they're starting to dominate.
Yeah, and the big thing has been, while Hurricane Gaming, they try and play around the top jungle 2v2, Impunity are very, very used to playing around the top jungle 2v2 as well. And in this case, or not the top jungle in that moment, of course, but it ends up being mid jungle. But when you compare where a lot of the gold has been going for Hurricane Gaming, it's been going into Cha-Cha, so playing away from him does not feel good. And that's why they end up losing that fight, because while you want to play around ICU, where he is in the game doesn't match where he usually is during the game.
He's not really doing that much damage. We have Quiet pretty well farmed up. He's less than 10 CS behind at this point. Has his mythic and tank item. And I'm a little bit flabbergasted that we didn't see Hurricane Gaming with a poke composition trying to set the Herald mid. Like, usually, you know, setting up sieges is what poke compositions do, but you can tell how much emphasis they place on ICU. They need that man ahead. He has been one of their better players and one of their core carries, so they're playing outside of the purview of their composition just to force feed this Jace. Very interesting tactics. We'll find out if it pays off in the end. But right now we are going to go into a sort of a scuffle for this Drake and for this side of the jungle here. I really don't want to see Hurricane Gaming fully engage without landing some of that poke now that they have that mirror mana completed.
Yeah, some big power spikes coming in. They're getting close to the mirror mana complete on Bang 2 as well. That will be a big boost to his ability to output damage in these fights. And with 90 seconds left before that next dragon comes to spawn, I think Bang 2 should be able to get the evolution by that point. And for Hurricane Gaming, they would love to find a pick before that fight truly breaks out, because again, in the all-in, Impunity would have the advantage in that regard. But the range advantage is still there for Hurricane Gaming. You have a Karma, you have a Jace, you have an Ezreal, so you have to play elusive around these Karma shields and around the Shurelias to really be able to showcase a difference in compositional here.
Aliel just walks straight towards Faith. Doesn't take a lot of damage, maybe trying to force out the ultimate, but doesn't get it in the very end. And we kind of return to a standstill. Yeah.
For Impunity, it's going to come down to that first CC target, right? You have the Scion ultimate, Scion engage, you have the Scion knockup as well. If they kind of just walk up into Fog of War, it's very easy, of course, to hit that knockup. And then you also have the Charm and the Hook. So this comp's going to be a little bit more reliant on getting the first pick to get that reset and really snowball the fight. afterwards, or it's about Taco being able to get access into the back line to chase down these targets back there.
I love watching teams playing against Scion because it's a true trust fall moment. You have to see who is willing to tank one for the team and actually stand in front of the train. Looks like Hurricane Gaming actually are not going to stand in front of the train. They aren't even going to go near the tracks. They just kind of back out. No poke done either. So it's interesting. I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more done there, but this is probably the safest play.
Yeah, playing it perhaps a little bit too passive, and I think again it plays to the fact that maybe Hurricane Gaming just not all on the same page here, and don't fully understand how they want to play out this composition. And for the side of Impunity, we've always said they have an idea on how to play the game. They don't always get the execution perfect to a T though, and so far it's when the mechanics don't become as much of a problem as it is going to be against Hurricane Gaming, then they are able to shine a little bit more.
Very interesting trade of ultimates here. I'm not really sure what Blaze wanted to accomplish with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Like, if he shot it into the fountain, I can sort of understand. He's like chancing for a kind of like a Baron call. But he shot it sideways, so not really sure what that one was for. It is a pretty low cooldown though. He almost has it up once again, so I guess it doesn't matter all that much. As we do have Hurricane Gaming now trying to position around Baron completely. They do have to be very careful about that Hex Gate though. Sending Taco into the backline is super easy on this current map. And we do have to move in from Impunity. Let's see if Hurricane Gaming can finally get some poke before the big fight does start. Quiet is going to lead the charge. They find the slow onto Bang 2. Shockwave
wow,
comes
look at that
in.
damage.
It did nothing. As we do have Taco trying to face check here.
Out.
Bang 2 doesn't land the ultimate either, so yeah, a lot of whiffing on both sides, but Impunity has effectively taken control of the closer route to Baron.
But they have a death bush. Maybe.
Quiet is so tanky. Now, finally some damage that they can't just heal out of Taco. Down to half HP. The red buff is going to be the target that they fight over. Alio goes down instantly. Not sure that's what they wanted to die over. Cha-Cha now having to back out with the flash. ICU trying to go in, but that's 1v5. He flashes out immediately afterwards. Hurricane Gaming, their game plan is in shambles. Bang 2 trying to get the damage necessary to dissuade them from to start Baron. ICU with another 3-man shock blast, keeping this one close. Are Impunity going to start Baron? That's the big question here. Oh, so much damage onto Blaze. That's probably going to be a no, and Hurricane Gaming know it. They are going to go down mid lane. Wyatt doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so he doesn't have the onslaught to charge
look at
in.
the poke.
Lacking engage. I think ICU has managed to stall that plan off.
Yeah, Impunity, they have to get a lot more from their ultimate usages, right? You have to get multiple picks. It can't just be the one, because once that fight resets, that's where the oppression will start coming through with the Ezreal Qs, with the Jace EQs, and even the Karma providing a little bit extra damage. Yes, it's not the Moonstone, so you're not able to heal up your own team, but at the very least, you're able to be extremely mobile, and if that first engage doesn't stick, you're able to use that extra movement speed to just run away. And Bang 2 now actually completes the Crown of the Shattered Queen, which is great in this instance because of how little range that they do have to remove that passive off of them. It really comes down to Blaze landing either an ultimate or a zap to pull that off, pull that passive off. And it also means that that first engage on a target like Ezreal is going to be very, very difficult to actually burst them down.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of time to stack up that Conqueror. He's going to be incredibly strong. And now we move into a phase where Impunity seems to be looking for more of a dragon win condition here. These ramps here on the blue side, very wide, very easy for Sion to just kind of drive up on top of. See Bang2 trying his damn best. So with a little bit of AP, those ults really do chunk quite hard. Impunity now setting up for the Ocean Drake once more. And let's see, ICU is spotted. He could just walk himself into the death trap. Faith goes in, lands the charm. There we go. ICU goes down. Faith going unstoppable. And excuse me, it will be the Hextech Drake coming through, the third one for Impunity.
Yeah, that was once again,
unstoppable onslaught going for no targets there, as Alio would be able to get out of that regardless with Ragnarok. But Impunity have decided to go straight from buff to buff and start this Baron.
once again, communication playing a big factor in that move. Is ICU, he's the one to approach, and the rest of the squad's just not there. Bang2 has the ultimate available. He can get it across a really nice section of the team here.
Half of the team just went into... that was interesting. Enhao goes into the pit. So does Bang2. And Hurricane Gaming actually... they pull off the rear guard action. They get out on both sides. I'm completely amazed that they were able to pull that one off. I felt like it was a really questionable realm warp, but it worked.
Questionable realm warp indeed, but Impunity, it felt like right when they got the Baron, they were like, alright, let's not risk this fight. We don't know how much damage we could potentially just eat, because again, we're taking damage from Baron, so resistances getting shredded. You know, it's a bit of an AP Ezreal coming out with the Shattered Queen, so he is going to do a lot more damage than what you might expect. And when the resistances get shredded by Baron buff, it also means the Rise is going to do a lot more damage than you expect, because all of a sudden he can do damage instead of with just this tank build and kind of just walking at you. And Blaze takes yet another chunk of damage, doesn't have lifesteal out of his itemization quite yet, which means that the poke's going to hurt.
Yeah, we have seen ICU and Bang2 do a lot of damage, but so far it hasn't been as, I would say, clean as Hurricane Gaming might have wanted. We really want to see that sort of siege poke situation where they can continuously throw out abilities like they're doing now. I think Bang2's doing a great job, landing so much that he's already got his Conquerors to just charge up. That's what we want to see of the poke composition. Quiet taking so much of it down though, and we do have this push with the empowered minions going through on double lanes. And ICU, I don't see this as a particularly worthwhile trade. He's going to trade 1 for 2 in the grand scheme of things, and he's still going forward. Very interesting move here, as Impunity now just trying to protect their cannon minions. And wow,
hold the gates!
ICU is going to land, but Cha-Cha gets hit by the charm. Is going to have to flash out. He's still alive, but Faith is after him. The unstoppable onslaught doesn't find a target. Alio is the one going down, and Blaze flashes in between 2 towers to get excited and take down the inhibitor. They have the 4-man right now. They find the damage onto Bang2, and that's the most important defender. ICU comes down, rooted instantly, and dies. The Gambit falls apart. Impunity take the challenge, and they step up to the Nexus.
That, I don't know what to say about that kind of decision making there, but Hurricane Gaming, they made the decision, and it was most certainly a dare at Impunity, and they just accepted the dare. They were like, well, this isn't really a dare when we know we're more powerful than you, and that we also shove towers a lot faster because we have a Jinx. We also have 4 other members, so good luck.
Yeah, that play was really weird to me, because I don't think it would ever have worked out, especially when you have an enemy team with Baron. They could just teleport one person back, and
yeah,
they will guarantee win trade. So yeah, it's very interesting. It reminds me of, we have a solo queue saying on the Taiwanese servers. It's called backdoor till the end. And that is how a lot of people play here. They just, like, they disregard the entire team.
He was a champion like Tryndamere.
Ah, too bad it was banned. And they actually banned it themselves, though.
Yeah, exactly.
The Aatrox is just a fill. We did get word from our producer that was actually just a complete misband. So I just want to clarify that. But looking at the draft, I don't think it was unplayable from Hurricane Gaming. I actually really liked this draft. Where do you think it kind of went sideways for them?
It really went sideways when their Rise went 6-1-3, and then they decided we're not playing around the Rise. So it's really strange because I feel like in those moments, Cha-Cha should be speaking up a lot more to be like, hey, I'm 6-1-3, I have a Realm Warp, we can just force a lot of these fights now that I have completed 2 items. So they have 2 full items on the Rise in the Fimbulwinter and the Everfrost. You have so much lockdown, you have a lot of tankiness at that stage of the game because of health being a really oppressive stat at that point, that you can just start fights, and they continue to play the 1-4 style and play around ICU when that wasn't the power point in your comp anymore.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trades after like the 6-1-2 point that went in favor of Impunity. Like, they were caught out on the top side. The bot lane trade, after the Herald fight, like Impunity were able to just take a mid lane tower, like even without Herald. Like I was kind of surprised at that one. So it does seem like that communication, that just kind of lane allocation, those advantages still showed up strong for Impunity and enabled them to empower over what was kind of a disastrous early game.
Yeah, the early game certainly was back and forth, but the double kill coming in early on for the side of Hurricane Gaming, it felt like that would be the big moment to help propel Hurricane Gaming to find those leads to then snowball and end the game. But they got leads, they didn't find the snowball though.
Yeah, this was I don't know, this was such a weird game. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This was an entertaining
This is
game.
exactly what we would expect though,
Yeah.
Clement, right? From
We're going to
these
the
two
county
teams.
fair. It's Oreos and tacos. Let's go.
Exactly. It's about the food. It's about the food and the experience, not what you learned.
There was so much interesting things about the fights going on. Like, my head was imploding on both of those Baron fights. I was like, wait a minute. Like, I expected Cha-Cha to send his members into, like, up the ramp. He's like, nah, I'm gonna send you guys to the Baron pit. Like, Enhao looked
In you go.
surprised. Enhao was like, oh, we're getting out of here, right? Enhao jumps in, he shows up in the Baron pit and instantly flashes out. And somehow they all get out. I was like, oh my god, that's
It's
amazing.
like you call an Uber and then this dark vehicle drives up to you and you're like, that's probably my Uber, right? But no, you get kidnapped and
Yeah, the guys with like ski masks come out of the back and they're just like, get on, this is your Uber ride. You better rate this 5
Like,
stars. Yeah, that was an amazing game. That was an amazing game to watch. I expected nothing less from Hurricane Gaming, and that's why you guys watch the PCS.
this is what makes Hurricane Gaming fun to watch though, is that if they don't know how they're going to play the game, like how can you game plan against them, you know?
Did you see like the player cams from Impunity after the match? Like, they were so calm. They looked more shell-shocked than Hurricane Gaming was. Like, they're just like, that trade happened? Like, okay, we'll take that trade.
Yeah, from beginning to end, Hurricane Gaming kept us on the edge of our seat with not
I like how
necessarily
calm Impunity works.
mechanics,
I love
but yeah, certainly the decision making. Hey, at the very least, Bang 2 on this Ezreal, he got to hit a Scion a lot, and he farmed the damage numbers, baby.
Impunity, they do get the MVP onto Quiet. I think it's well deserved. The pick itself was so intelligent, just blocked so much damage, and he had a lot of kill participation as well. Was incredibly accurate with the unstoppable onslaught, which I was really surprised by. You know, Quiet really showing us that he has more than just fighters.
Absolutely, and that's a good look for Impunity. They get themselves a 3rd win. Hopefully that propels them to build upon that momentum into that second half of the split. And I mean, blue side is just busted.
Everyone knows it by now. Yesterday we had a bit of a flip in the matrix, but today it goes all the way back to the blue side. We do have, I think the big headline, of course, is CFO finally dropping down their flawless status and Beyond Gaming able to take a win over them. Elsewhere, we do have Impunity now improving to 6th place overall with the head-to-head over Meta Falcon team. That's what I told you guys. I trust in Impunity. I trust in Singapore.
Impunity getting a key win. As we do get the standings pulled up, you're going to see Impunity. Yep, they do have that 1 win streak as well, whereas Meta Falcon team finished that first half with a 2-loss streak. And I mean, they started out with 2 straight wins, right? And then they go 1-6. Really unfortunate for their team, but when you watch some of these games, I feel like it's even more unfortunate with how some of these games have started, that really is like, you don't feel too bad for them because of that.
Yeah, I have to concur on that point. Just a small mistake on my part. Impunity still at 7th place, unable to take over Frank Esports as they do find the win today. And we do have all 3 J teams in the top 3. So welcome to, people are calling, there's Metaverse from Facebook, and in the PCS we have JTverse. So that's what we have in store. The matches for week 4, we have not decided when PSG's additional matches or missing matches from week 2 will be played. Those will be to be announced, so please pay attention to our Twitch and Facebook pages for that information. So we're just going to show the standard schedule on week 4. We are moving into the second round robin for most of these teams. 18 games in total. We'll see how they do, and maybe if someone else can knock down CFO.
That'll be the thing to watch out here, but it also means that there's opportunity now for DCG to catch up and for PSG to overtake CFO in the standings, as well as their only loss came at the hands of Beyond Gaming. So now we have 3 1-loss squads.
Yeah, a lot of those teams into the top side, and it's so weird because J-Team last split were barely holding on to a 3rd or 4th place position, and somehow if you split J-Team up, they actually become stronger. I don't know what's happening with that one. Maybe it's a chemistry thing, but people all over the PCS are just completely flabbergasted at that result. A very good showing from them so far. And we are, looking at the second half coming into this split. A lot of teams have showcased their general standings and where they really set themselves up or set themselves apart. Who do you think is going to be the biggest mover in the second split? Are we going to have any massive surprises?
I think potentially you could see Frank Esports crack the top 5. I think player-wise, they are there. It's just a matter of getting all the pieces coherently when it comes to map movements as a squad. So in that regard, they have the opportunity to try and overtake a team like Beyond Gaming, who do lack in that department. And I mean, it goes kind of both ways. Like if Beyond Gaming all of a sudden learn how to move around the map and learn some of these basic things like wave manipulations, they could make a big jump up the standings because their firepower is insane.
I expected nothing less from a person named Frank, and I want to thank you for your participation in the first half of the PCS. It's been an absolute blast. I can't believe that time is passing us so quickly. When you come back in week 4, we will be moving on into the second half of the regular season, and hopefully PSG will be there back to join us. It's goodbye for now, but not forever. See you guys next week.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And then Whale staying very, very far back. He's not going to be able to do it this time as Whale says goodbye.
Yeah, bye, Whale. Okay. Tower should fall, even though Taco does get the Chris Cutter does get taken down. Maybe they have a chance now that there's no Zeri in this one, but those Gangplank barrels are starting to sting here as Leaky goes on a rampage, and MFT might get a bit more. They grab Nesty, getting a little bit of revenge, but they are running fast out of health bars. However, they're still fighting here. Triple kill for the Gangplank and a Quadra.
How are they going to do it when they're the ones that are supposed to find flicks into the back line and they're late to the party?
And look at where the Dragon is that gets bursted down. Taco in a weird position. He has Flash and Moonfall available. 5Ks are going in. The quickness set up the face of Wombo's a Moonfall as well. Right now burning down the back line. 665. The jungler is destroyed. Taco on top of FaZe while the rest of Impunity blow them up.
Been a little bit more fortunate, I would say, in his teams. Wako.
No, you dead.
So long.
Leong, it feels like Leong does not forgive or forget any slights. Stayed looking to try and find a pick. Kino is the one that gets caught for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes forward. Man, those shock blasts are starting to hurt. They've got him corralled, and here comes Kongye looking for an opening around the side. Meanwhile, Enzo is going to get caught right in the middle, but he is tanking through. And they've got the kickback, and Wako goes to the skies and buried 6 feet under. Minji on the run from Uniboy. He might have the shockwave, but it just doesn't matter. And the team is cleaning up. Leong does get a double kill on the back half, and that might be enough to save the fight, but they turn their attention over to Kino and Usha. Big shock blast. They just need a little more, and they will be able to delete him. Driver on the front, chasing down Kino. It doesn't matter what Leong does because he's out of teammates.
There's no one left on his side. Uniboy has the red smite, will be able to use it, reduce some damage, but Leong's still quite strong, but not strong enough.
Hard again with the Baron wave in front of them. Look at Woody. Solar Flare dodged away from by Wako. Gale Force as well. That was smooth. And now too deep is Hana. Woody giving him something to safeguard too, but Husha with the ultimate. A two-man Moonlight Vigil. Hana burning down. Ticking over the side, he survived, but look at mid lane here. Woody and Chris Carter against the world. Zap down on Kino as Leaky snipes down, but Kino is not in kill range. Maybe he is! What a combo out! Leaky with the snipe down and successful in the end.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And then Whale staying very, very far back. He's not going to be able to do it this time as Whale says goodbye.
Yeah, bye, Whale. Okay. Tower should fall, even though Taco does get the Chris Cutter does get taken down. Maybe they have a chance now that there's no Zeri in this one, but those Gangplank barrels are starting to sting here as Leaky goes on a rampage, and MFT might get a bit more. They grab Nesty, getting a little bit of revenge, but they are running fast out of health bars. However, they're still fighting here. Triple kill for the Gangplank and a Quadra.
How are they going to do it when they're the ones that are supposed to find flicks into the back line and they're late to the party?
And look at where the Dragon is that gets bursted down. Taco in a weird position. He has Flash and Moonfall available. 5Ks, they're going in. The quickness set up the face of Wombo's a Moonfall as well. Right now, burning down the back line by 665. The jungler is destroyed. Taco on top of FaZe while the rest of Impunity blow them up.
A little bit more fortunate, I would say, in his teams. Wako. Lazar.
No, you dead.
So long.
Leong, it feels like Leong does not forgive or forget any slights. Have stayed looking to try and find a pick. Kino is the one that gets caught for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes forward. Man, those shock blasts are starting to hurt. They've got him corralled, and here comes Kongye looking for an opening around the side. Meanwhile, Enzo is going to get caught right in the middle, but he is tanking through. And they've got the kickback, and Wako goes to the skies and buried 6 feet under. Minji on the run from Uniboy. He might have the shockwave, but it just doesn't matter. And the team is cleaning up. Leong does get a double kill on the back half, and that might be enough to save the fight, but they turn their attention over to Kino and Ucha. Big shock blast. They just need a little more, and they will be able to delete him. Driver on the front, chasing down Kino. It doesn't matter what Leong does because he's out of teammates.
There's no one left on his side. Uniboy has the red smite, will be able to use it, reduce some damage, but Leong's still quite strong, but not strong enough.
Hard again with the Baron wave in front of them. Look at Woody. Solar Flare dodged away from by Wako. Gale Force as well. That was smooth. And now too deep is Hana. Woody giving himself the safeguard too, but Husha with the ultimate. A two-man Moonlight Vigil. Hana burning down. Ticking over the side, he survived, but look at mid lane here. Woody and Chris Carter against the world. Zap down on Kino as Leaky snipes down, but Kino is not in kill range. Maybe he is! What a combo out! Leaky with the snipe down and successful in the end.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols makers, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.